Hello, am I audible? Hello,
Good morning, sir. Yes, you're
hi
audible.
Ashish, how are you?
I'm good, sir. Thanks. How are you?
Good, I'm good. आज हम दो ही हैं. Since
Some
it's a
people
very
are
long session. Sorry?
people are joining. I think we should wait for some more minutes. Just some
Sure,
one or
sure, we
two.
can.
I'm not sure if others are joining or not.
You were saying something, Ashish?
Yeah, I'm not sure if other people are joining or not. I called Kuldeep ji. His number is switched off. It is.
अच्छा,
So
his
one
number
more.
is switched off.
Yeah. Actually, आज रिजल्ट आया है थर्ड सेमेस्टर का, so people are busy discussing those things.
किस चीज का रिजल्ट आया आज?
हमारा प्रीवियस सेमेस्टर का थर्ड सेमेस्टर.
ओके ओके,
So
होप इट वाज गुड.
it is good for many students. Actually, they were marked absent.
ओके,
तो
व्हाई?
वो लोग का कुछ इशू है, वो डिस्कस कर रहे हैं.
अच्छा अच्छा, ऑप्शन मार्क कर दिए
हाँ
इवन आफ्टर राइटिंग द एग्जाम?
हाँ हाँ, और देयर आर many of them,
ओ
and it is, I think, specifically one or two exam centers only.
ओके,
Almost all
वो
of them.
पर्टिकुलर.
Yes.
शीश, योर वॉइस इज नॉट क्लियर एक्चुअली. आज थोड़ा कर रही है.
Okay.
मेरी
Maybe.
ठीक आ रही है आवाज?
हाँ, आपकी आवाज ठीक आ रही है. Clear. तो प्लान क्या है सर इस क्लास के लिए, इस मैराथन क्लास के लिए?
11 to 4,
हाँ
5 आवर्स क्लास है आज की. It's a long session today. Shall we start or wait for some time?
I think we should start. It's already 17.
Okay. So, let me share my screen. Lalit is here. He left. Since we have already discussed these sessions in the class before, we will just run through the PPTs and we will
Okay.
discuss wherever we have some doubt or we will find something meaningful. मेरी आवाज पलट के आ रही है, ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है?
आपकी आवाज अभी तक तो ठीक थी, बट अभी बीच में ऐसा लगता है जैसे वॉल्यूम कम हो जाती है फिर ठीक हो जाती है, इस तरह से हो रहा है. बट एनीवे,
अभी ठीक है?
लेट्स हाँ, एनीवे लेट्स स्टार्ट. अगर कुछ होगा तो
ये
मैं
रिपीट
बता.
हो रही है, मुझे वापस सुनाई दे रही है.
अच्छा, मैं दोबारा ज्वाइन करके देखूं एक बार. एक सेकंड दीजिए.
या मैं ज्वाइन करके देखता हूँ.
ठीक है.
इन केस इफ आई एम अनेबल टू ज्वाइन, मेरे को व्हाट्सएप पे शेयर कर दो एक बार लिंक,
हाँ, वो मैं लिंक तो भेज
क्योंकि
देता
ये
हूँ.
प्रॉब्लम. ठीक है, ओके. लेट मी रीच
लिंक
आउट. हेलो,
हेलो. यस.
एम आई ऑडिबल आशीष?
हाँ, अभी तो ठीक है. अभी स्क्रीन शेयर करो एक बार.
एक्चुअली मैं दो जगह ज्वाइन कर रखा था इस लिंक को, दो बार, तो उसको क्लोज कर
हाँ,
दिया.
इसीलिए इको इको आ रहा होगा इसीलिए.
हाँ, तो अभी ठीक है. शेयर माय स्क्रीन. What we will do, we'll just run through the slides and we will recall the concepts which we have discussed and we'll focus more on discussion. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Let's start. So first session was of introduction to startups. We discussed about what is the definition of startup and what are its key characteristics and what are the challenges which an entrepreneur faced while starting any firm. So the first question is obvious, that what is startup? We discussed this in the first class. So it's nothing but a newly established business which is mainly characterized by the innovation and the growth potential and its main focus on scalability. So innovation is at the core of any startup and obviously it should have a growth potential. That's why uh, any entrepreneur or a person will be willing to start a company. Kushbu is there. Hi Kushbu. She's from the class. Okay, let's move ahead. So the term this startup refers to a company in the first stage of an operation. So any of the operation should not be conducted before. It should be the first stage of operations. Then we'll call this company a startup. These are founded by one or more than one entrepreneur who want to develop a product or service for a demand which is existing in the society, and if they see a gap, they want to address that gap, they come up with a new product or service which should have an innovation aspect. So these startups generally start with high cost and of course with limited revenue, and that is why they look for capital from a variety of sources, because of which we talk about a lot of funding options. So now let's move ahead. This is the definition of startup according to the government of India, but this definition is only for the purpose of the various schemes run by government or various funding schemes and subsidies provided by the government. So this definition used uh, to limit the scope. So the firm age should be less than 5 years. Inception of the company should be in the last 5 years only, not prior to that. And revenue should not cross 25 crores in any fiscal year of the firm. And as per this definition, startup is an entity that is registered in India with not over 5 years and an annual turnover not exceeding 25 crore in any financial year. And it's an entity which works towards innovation, development, deployment, or commercialization of new products and services, which is driven by technology or intellectual property, right? So now look at the what are the characteristics of startups we discussed throughout the sessions this course. So do you remember any of the characteristics which are the primary characteristics of startups?
I think first is they are more tech savvy in nature.
Tech savvy. Okay.
Mostly they are using digital technologies right from the inception. Most of them
Using tech savvy.
for all their business operations.
But I think more than tech savvy, should we focus on innovation, because tech savvy is a very niche word. That means you have to have some technology in your product or service or in your business model. But it might happen that if somebody comes up with a simple idea, but it addresses a key problem in the market, but it has some kind of innovation. Are you
Yeah,
getting my
most of
point?
them they solve some unmet needs.
But it can be a simple idea also, which does not uh, associate it with any technology. Can happen, na?
Right, any not
See,
any specific technology, but
hmm.
uh, usually most of the startups they use
Usually it
technology.
happens that they involve some kind of technology. Nowadays, a high-end technology,
Yes.
right? Apart from that, this growth potential should be there. We discussed risk-taking ability should be there to start a company. Then there is some kind of entrepreneurial spirit should be there. Uh, Not everyone is keenly looking forward to starting a firm, but there should be some kind of entrepreneurial spirit. Then the focus should be on agility, how fast you can move in the market in terms of your decisions, which requires agility in your operations, in your processes, etc. Then there should be an innovative culture in the organization. It should not happen that you start a company, it becomes rigid, but there should be an innovative mindset across all the employees. Then there should be a disruptive potential. So, but not necessary that all the startups have a disruptive potential. They can have some incremental innovation also, but majorly a good startup has disruptive potential. Uh, for example, the products which were not existing in the market earlier. Then there should be a focus on customer needs. So We have discussed this again and again. So customer is the center of any startup. So we take iterative feedback from the customers also in case of prototype. So there should be immense focus on customers and operations should be lean. So comparing to the established organization, they have large assets and large operations, but in case of startups, they operate with minimal assets and operations have lean approach. Moving forward, what is innovation? So like we discussed, is it's at the core of any startup which drives their differentiation, the growth, and the success. And it's the lifeblood of any startup. Without it, startup is just another small business which is trying to survive in a crowded market. So it will become simply uh, a similar business to others if it does not have innovation. There should be some kind of innovation aspect. Then innovation sets startups apart and gives them a competitive edge, which can lead to rapid growth and success. It also allows startups to disrupt traditional industries and create entirely new markets for themselves. So, could you come with any example of such thing that innovation disrupted traditional industries and created entirely new market for itself? There are many.
Yeah, Tesla, Uber, Google, all of them.
Tesla in
And
itself.
in Indian context, like Nykaa, Myntra,
Nika. So
Zomato.
they replaced retail outlets, those beauty products. And
Yes.
but in the case of Zomato, how it replaced the traditional industries? I mean, they are the first to start this online delivery. So how did they replace?
Like with their online food ordering, and they provided a
So,
lot of variety to the customers and they onboarded.
hmm, probably the footfall to restaurants minimized after the advent of these.
Although there were restaurants who are like, I mean, from where you can order through calling, but
Hmm.
they launched app. Everything is ordered and tracked with your mobile. That is much more convenient.
So
Tracking is
traditionally,
there.
customers had to go to the restaurants to or food outlets to eat something, but they replaced this by making it more comfortable to order food online. One example could be the example of the cameras, the Kodak. Can it be? So the after the inception of smartphones, that traditional
Mm.
industry has gone. Do you think so?
Yes, but this thing is done by established companies, right? It's just an idea that they have incorporated.
Hmm.
Startup is idea plus a company
Hmm.
that is launched on basis of that.
Hmm. So you're saying this, but this was done by traditional companies.
Yeah,
But
like
in the
Sony or
case of
no,
hmm, but in the case
because
of
When
startups of
Nokia, I think Nokia or Samsung,
hmm,
they incorporated camera in their phone first.
uh,
They were
Nokia
already there
came
in the
first,
market.
hmm. But then after Apple took over and they created entirely a smartphone.
Yeah.
But that cannot be an example of startups. Now let's move forward. So what are the different types of innovations? Let's look at product innovation, which we often talk about. So in this case, the company frequently introduce new products or services to the market by leveraging the emerging technologies or novel approaches to obviously address the existing problems or unmet needs. So product innovation is very simple. We have the example of iPhone and other tech gadgets. the business model innovation, we talk about the aggregator platforms, Zomato, Uber, etc., in which startup innovate not only the products but also their business models, how do they provide their services in the market. And this can also involve new ways of delivering value to customers by monetizing their offerings or structuring their operations throughout. And then the last is technology innovations. So a lot of startups which are founded on technological innovation, and they leverage this innovation in different areas like AI, blockchain, biotech, clean energy to create new solutions or to disrupt the existing industries. So where do you see that what leads to what in these three types of innovations? What do you think that which innovation leads to what, or all of these are at same level? Any idea? Manoj, are you there? Kushbu?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, any idea about this? Any random guesses, your thoughts? What do you think about these three innovations?
Just, sir, no idea, sir.
I mean, कुछ तो idea होगा कि do you understand what is product innovation? What is business model innovation?
Yes, sir.
Hmm?
Hanji, hanji.
Product.
Just
What is product innovation?
product innovation is a of a product which is to be launched in market for,
Hmm.
and what is the requirement of customers and all,
Hmm.
as, as per requirement of customer, as per requirement of market, as per requirement
Hmm.
of competition,
Hmm. Hmm.
competitive competitors present in market. We may include
Right.
this before.
Product के अंदर innovation करना, that is called product innovation. ठीक है. Now what is business model innovation? Hello. So any idea about the hierarchy? Please, we are just discussing this. Ashish. Anyway, let's move forward. So what I believe is the technology innovation comes first. So it is the technology which leads to the other things. First, you develop the technology, or you come up with the new technology, which ultimately helps in developing your product better. So which leads to product innovation, and finally, which helps in making the business model innovative. So the hierarchy would be this: technology innovation leads to product innovation, which ultimately helps in developing the business model innovation. Right. Let's move forward. Look at high growth potential, which is the high growth potential startups is a key characteristic which sets them apart from more traditional businesses. Right. So they have high growth potential in comparison to other traditional businesses. Then startups are designed for rapid growth. They aim to scale quickly and capture a significant share of their target market. And this growth potential is often key attraction for investors. So why do they invest? Where investors invest in the startup, they see the key growth potential. Hi Anchal, welcome to this class. So now look at the risk taking approach. So what are the different types of risk which we discussed? The uncertainty. So obviously startups operate in a highly uncertain market, which we are seeing today. So they mainly face unknown market conditions, competitions, and various kind of challenges which can hamper the success of the organization. Then there is the market risk. So different kinds of market failure where the product or service may not get attention or they do not meet the needs of the target market. So this risk is especially high for the disruptive startups which are entering new or untested market. So the market has not been tested before. If a product comes to that market, so there is a market risk involved. If this product will be accepted or not. Then there is financial risks. So it is a very common risk uh, because these startups they rely on external funding sources majorly, which are venture capital or angel investors to finance their needs, and which can expose them to the financial risks if they fail to meet the expectations of the investors. So this is one of the biggest risks startups face. That's why we see a lot of startups fail uh, in the journey. Then what are the other risks? The operational risks. So the new company can lack the operational experience, how to run the operations and different processes. In terms of infrastructure also, so more companies have more experience than the competitive risks because they face competition from the larger and established companies which have the greater resources and funds to finance them. This competitive risk can be a major hindrance to the survival and growth of the startups. So, like the established companies which we see nowadays are Reliance and Tata. If they see any major startups which is coming up as their competitor, they just acquire them. And the regulatory risks, uh, which are majorly on the from the government side. So the startups which are regulating in the industries, in the regulated industries, they majorly face this risk of regulatory changes or compliance that can impact their operations and growth prospects. So in today's environment, which startups or which industry do you see the mainly regulated by the government, or is look the government is looking to regulate it? Anyone? Achal, are you there? Kushbu, Ashish, are you there? Okay. So in today's environment, we are seeing that the NBFCs or the financial companies are seeing the major attention from the government and RBI side, and government is keenly looking forward to regulate these small NBFCs or the credit companies which are coming up, the online uh, credit companies. And apart from this, the various AI companies and gaming industry, the government is having a keen attention on the gaming industry and regulating them. Now, obviously, if an entrepreneur takes risks, why does he take risk? Because of the rewards which he'll get in terms of the performance, in terms of the valuation. So, despite the risks, number of entrepreneurs are willing to make their foray into entrepreneurship because of the potential rewards which it carries. So, which can include the opportunity to pursue their passion, build something which is meaningful to the society, and lastly, achieve the financial success. So, nowadays we see a lot of entrepreneurs who are at very young age, they have become a lot of successful and gathered a lot of money in the young age, which otherwise would be very difficult or impossible. So successful entrepreneurs are often adept at managing and mitigating risks. They balance ambition with pragmatism and learning from failures to improve their chances of success. So they are expert at mitigating risk and how to manage them. So these kind of. Yes, Achal, you want to say something? You are raising your hand. You want to say something? Achal? Anyway, you can speak up. Please feel free to speak in this class. This is just a discussion. Whenever you feel some kind of doubt, you can unmute yourself and ask any question. Okay. Let's move forward. So, what are the resource limitations to startups? So, financial constraints. Startups have limited access to capital, especially in the early phase, which can restrict their ability to invest in the product development and the marketing side, and of course the other critical areas. Then the other limitation is in form of human resources. They have small teams, limited expertise and limited experience, so which can make it challenging to execute the vision and compete with larger and more established companies. Then the challenge is from the infrastructure side. So startups have lack of physical infrastructure and technology to support their operations. This can hinder their ability to scale and meet the customer demands. Then there is time constraints. So startups often operate in fast speed environments, so where time is of this essence. So this can make it challenging to prioritize the tasks and make decisions and quickly responding to the market changes. Then the network and connections. So in the earlier phase, startups had limited networks and connections, which can impact the ability to attract investors and partners and various customers. Then there's the entrepreneurial spirit, which we talk about. It is one of the major aspect of any startup. It is this spirit which derives the desire to start a company. So these are the startups typically founded by entrepreneurs who identify a need in the market or opportunity in the market, and they are willing to take risks and executing their ideas to get success. So these kind of entrepreneurs are passionate, they are driven and willing to take on the challenges of starting and growing a new business. Then the startups focus on agility. So agility is a key characteristics of startups, which means the ability to quickly adapt and respond to the changes in the market, the technology or other external factors. So this is called agility. It has two aspects, which means speed and flexibility. So, so the startups which are known for their ability to move quickly according to the changes in the environment, and they can rapidly develop and launch new products. They can repeat their product based on the customer feedback and according to change their strategies in the response to the new uh, knowledge of market conditions. Then there is flexibility. So usually startups are more flexible than the larger organizations. They can quickly change their direction and reallocate their resources, or they can adjust to their plans as and when needed to grab the opportunities or to solve the existing challenges in the market. So we see that agility has two aspects, speed and flexibility. Then the adaptability, flat hierarchies, and continuous improvement. So startups must be adaptable to survive and grow in the dynamic environment. So they should be looking to experiment and learn from the failures and accordingly adjust to the strategies based on what works for them and what does not. Then there should be a flat hierarchy. Startups often have flat organizational structure, which helps in promoting agility by making the faster decisions possible and enabling the direct communication between the team members. Then there is continuous improvement. The startups which are agile, they are always looking for multiple ways to improve They embrace a culture for continuous learning and experimentation, and they always look for the feedback and using it to the best. And there is innovative culture. So when we talk about startups, they often have a culture that which encourages experimentation, which promotes creativity, and they allow their employees to learn from failures. So this kind of culture is very important to foster innovation and driving growth. Then there is experimentation and learning. Innovative culture encourages experimentation and learning from both success and failures. So this kind of iterative approach allows startups to quickly test new ideas, gather feedback from customer, and refine based on the feedback. Then openness to change or the willingness to change. So in comparison to the established companies, startups are more open to changes, and they encourage employees to challenge their status quo. So this kind of openness helps startups to adapt quickly to new technologies or market trends or customer needs. This innovative culture also provides freedom and autonomy uh, in terms of exploring new ideas and taking ownership of their work. So this autonomy also empowers employees to become more creative and entrepreneurial in their approach. And this innovative culture also helps in recognizing and rewarding the talented employees which comes up with a new idea. And there should be a leadership support finally to embrace a culture of innovation in the organization. Then disruptive potential should be there. So a lot of startups aim to disrupt the existing industries or creating a entirely new market. So they challenge the traditional business models and force incumbents to adapt or risk being left behind. So they introduce new technology. So startups often leverage the new technologies to create innovative products. So the hierarchy which we were talking about between the technology innovation, product innovation, and business model innovation. So we can see that usually startups often leverage technologies to create innovative product or services that can disrupt traditional industries. Example can be your Chat GPT. So it completely disrupted the market. This industry was not existing before. So this strategy is also called blue ocean strategy. Have you heard about this? Anyone of you? Blue ocean strategy?
Yes, sir.
Mano? Yes. Do you remember anything? What is blue ocean strategy?
Yes, right.
So blue ocean strategy is nothing but uh, creating an uncontested market space or the product which was not creating a market which was not existing before. You come up with an entirely new product or service and create your own market space, right? And opposite to it is the red ocean strategy. You operate in the existing market to your existing products. Okay. Now the other dimension of disruptive potential is market creation. So some startups disrupt by creating entirely new markets where none existing before. So Netflix can be a good example. So prior to this, there was no concept of watching movies online by purchasing them. Then the other dimension is efficiency and cost saving. So startups can disrupt by offering more efficient, cost-effective products or the alternatives to the traditional products. So a good example can be the various fintech startups which have disrupted the financial industry. So they have reduced the need to go to the bank, take loans. Now they can directly take their services online from your home. The other dimension is ecosystem disruption. So startups can disrupt entire ecosystem by creating a platform or networks which can bring together buyers and sellers. So we see a good example in the form of aggregator platforms, whether it is Uber, it is Zomato, or uh, the OTT platforms we see. So these can be a good example of creating an ecosystem and disrupting it. Then the customer focus should be there. It's a crucial aspect of startup success, which drives the product development and marketing strategies and the overall growth of the startup. The first steps to understanding the customer needs. So startups prioritize the understanding of customer needs and what are their pain points. This ultimately help them develop the product and services which actually address their problems. Then the customer centric culture should be there in the startups. So when you put the customer at the center of everything in whatever you do in your company, so this includes empowering your employees to make the decisions which benefit the customers and prioritizing the customer satisfaction over anything else. Then there should be a focus on personalized experiences. So we talk about Starbucks and other companies. They focus on providing personalized experiences. So it can also means tailoring products or services to meet the individual needs or providing the exceptional customer service which them delights the customer. Then there is feedback mechanism. There should be a proper feedback system for customers where they can provide their feedback and which can be incorporated to make your product or service better. So we see a very good example is ISCTC. We see when we talk about Indian Rail, whenever we travel in that, they come to us and they take your feedback, whether you like a service or not, or what kind of improvements you want. So you can provide your feedback. Earlier it was not there, but the result you can see that these public services have become better than earlier. Agree? Hi, Kuldeep ji.
Yes.
So let's move ahead. Then the agile response to feedback. So nowadays we see in case of government and ministries, if we put anything on Twitter, on any social media platform, we get quick uh, response to our feedback, right? So this is an example of agile response, the customer feedback, where the company quickly make changes to their products or services based on the customer input and which allows them to stay ahead of competitors. And finally, building customer relationships. So startups focus on building the long-term relationships with customers, which can involve engaging with customer beyond the initial stage, providing the ongoing value and creating brand advocates. And customer speaks for the brand, right? Then the lean operations. So it's an approach to running a startup that focuses on efficiency, minimizing the waste, maximizing the value for customers. So you focus on value and delivering the value to customers. And the second is waste reduction. So you minimize waste in all forms, which can include the time, money, and resources. And you identify and eliminate activities which do not add value to the customer or the business. So you remove them. So in this sense, it saves you time and various resources. So what are other dimensions of lean operations? Continuous improvement. You are constantly looking for ways to improve your operations. Then cross-functional teams. So where startups uses cross-functional teams which can bring different individuals from different background and different skill sets to solve a complex problem. Then there is agile practices, which means the stand-up meetings and sprints to improve the communication, collaboration between the team members, and the data-driven decision making. So data is the key. So lean startups rely on data to make informed decisions. So they use various kinds of metrics, analytics to track the progress and measure the success. So finally, you can see that the lean operations help startups operate more efficiently, reduce their cost, and deliver more value to customers. So by focusing on what actually matters to customer and eliminating the rest, the lean startups can improve the chances of success, right? So what is the startup life cycle? Now we'll look at that. So the first step is idea generation. So what do we do in idea generation? So first you identify a problem. We look for the key pain points or the problems in the market which the people or businesses are facing in their day-to-day lives. So solving a genuine problem can lead to valuable and sustainable business idea. After that, you brainstorm, you gather a group of people and you brainstorm different ideas together. In that you encourage creativity and open-mindedness. You allow people to come up with different ideas to explore different range of options, and you do market research to identify the trends and gaps in the market. So this can help you understand the unmet needs and what are the market which are underserved. Then there is technology trends. In idea generation, you see that what are the different technologies coming forward and how can we incorporate these technologies to solve the existing problems. Then the personal experiences, you draw ideas from your personal experiences on the past happenings or your personal observations. Then the iterative approach. So it's not necessary that you come up with a different idea. You can iterate on the existing idea itself by making small tweaks or combining few ideas together to come up with a solution. Then the validation. Once you generate the idea, then you validate it. It's a critical stage in the startup life cycle in which entrepreneurs test and refine their business ideas to ensure they are viable and scalable. So in this, you develop minimal viable product. So it's a basic version of your product or service which allows you to test key hypotheses and gather feedback from the early adopters. So the entire goal is to validate your concept with the minimal resources. Then you do iterative testing. So you continuously iterate on your MVP based on the feedback provided by the customer. So this approach helps you to refine your ideas, offerings, and improve the product market fit. In validation, you also do market traction. So you look for the uh, growing customer interest and the positive feedback, the increasing sales or different metrics. So these kind of indicators can validate the market demand for your solution. Then you see the financial viability. So you validate your business model uh, through doing the financial viability, and you see that is this financially viable or not. So this can involve uh, looking at the cost and devising various pricing strategies and doing revenue projections so that you can enter profit as soon as possible. And finally, the pivot or persist. That means based on the feedback and validation results, you decide whether to change your strategies, refine your products, or continue with your current idea. So validation helps you make the informed decisions to maximize the chances of your success. So in this phase, the launching phase, next comes the launching phase. So finally, you introduce your product or services to the market. In this phase, you devise your go-to-market strategy in which you form a comprehensive plan, which has what will be your strategy to enter the market and what are your USPs, and you determine the most effective marketing channels to target your audience. Then the product refinement based on the feedback which you have gathered from the validation stage, you refine a product or service to make sure that you meet the needs of the customers and their expectations. Then finally, the marketing and promotion. You formulate a complete marketing campaign to generate a buzzword in the market. You use different kind of platforms, online and offline both, to make a comprehensive marketing plan. And after that, you formulate sales and distribution strategies to make sure that your product or services is accessible to the customer. So you see what can be our partners with retailers, and what can be the e-commerce platform for us uh, or distributors to reach the wider audience. Then the customer acquisition, you implement different kind of strategies to acquire your first customer. In this, you run different kind of promotions, discounts, and different kind of incentives to early adopters. We see this a lot in the market. Whenever new product comes, they come up with a lot of promotional prices and discounts. Then finally, you monitor and optimize. So you monitor the key metrics such as the what is the sales, what is the customer acquisition cost, and what is the customer lifetime value to a product, to understand the effectiveness of your launch strategy. Then after this, you enter the growth phase. In this phase, it's about the expansion and scaling of the business. So you scale your operations as the demand grows. You have to increase your operations, meet the customer needs. In this, you can hire additional staff, expand your production capacity, etc. Then the product development. So you continue on refining your product based on the customer feedback, and you look for different opportunities in the market to add new features. In this phase, you do a lot of partnerships and alliances with the externals to reach the new market and make our product accessible to different markets. Then the financial management, you manage your finances very carefully, which can support the growth and objectives of the organization. In this phase, you can also look at raising the additional capital through investments or various other options. Then the scaling challenges. So in this phase, you be ready to face the different challenges which are usually involved with the rapid growth, which means maintaining the quality, managing the cash flows, and preserving the company culture, etc. Now, after this, you enter the maturity phase, in which your company established a strong market presence, which has a customer base and stable revenue streams. So, in this phase, you look for market penetrations. So, the company has successfully penetrated its target market and has gained the significant market share. Now it has become a recognized player in the industry. After this, you do diversification. So you can explore various strategies for diversification to expand your product or services, which can involve entering new market segments, or expanding into the related industries. Right. After that, there is brand building. So it becomes crucial after the maturity phase. So in this phase, you work to strengthen your brand image, enhance customer loyalty, and you differentiate yourself from customers. Then the market consolidation. So in this phase, market can undergo consolidation as smaller players, they exit the market or are acquired by the large companies. So in this sense, you solidify your position and remain competitive in the market. Finally, you plan your exit strategies, which can be the mergers, acquisitions, or going public through IPO, to realize the value which is being created throughout. So let's discuss all of these strategies one by one. So mergers and acquisition is one of the most common exit strategies for startups. In this, you are acquired by a larger company or merged with the larger company. So this can be a lucrative option for founders which are looking for exit. And then there is IPO. So you go public through IPO, which involves offering your shares to the public for the first time. So this can provide you a significant amount of cash, uh, which you can use to run your operations. Then there is liquidation option. So in some cases, you need to liquidate your assets and close down the operation. It's the last resort. So if a company is not able to find a buyer or secure additional funding, you opt for this option. Right. Now we discussed about the start to unicorn also. So what is unicorn? It's a term devised by the industry experts. So if any company reaches the valuation of $1 billion, we call it a unicorn. So this was some data which was presented in the session. In between 2011 and 2020, there were 37 unicorns in India, but in 2021 itself, there were 44 unicorn created that year. So this was a report. So by 2025, India will have 250 unicorns, but till now it's around 140, but we do not see this be happening by the end of next year. This is some other data. You can see the increase in the number of unicorns and the value of unicorns. So in 2015, it was around $103 billion, but till 2022, the total value was
सर
535 billion.
ये सर ये सारा रिकॉर्डेड है ना आपका लेक्चर?
आई डोंट नो, शायद उन्होंने स्टार्ट किया था रिकॉर्डिंग।
आशीष जी आपको पता होगा?
पता नहीं, लेकिन इसके अंदर मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ तो इसमें रिकॉर्डिंग आई थिंक चल रही है।
चल रही
हाँ
है
चल
ना?
रही होगी, क्योंकि जब ज्वाइन किया था तो उन्होंने स्टार्ट कर दिया था, शायद आनंद जी थे।
तो
YouTube
शायद चल रही है।
नहीं, इसका YouTube भी है ना सर?
नहीं YouTube पे नहीं आएगी सर, ये टीम्स पर ही अपलोड होगी।
YouTube में नहीं
ऑफलाइन
आएगी?
यूट्यूब पे आता है, ऑफलाइन यूट्यूब पे आता है, ये शायद नहीं जाएगा, ये अपलोड कर दिया जाएगा। राइट, shall we move ahead?
हाँ आशीष जी एक बात बताओ, ये जो सर करा रहे हैं ये सारा डाटा हमारे एसएलएम की बुक में है क्या?
ये डेटा नहीं है, ये जो मैं अभी स्क्रीन पे प्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ ये
अच्छा।
नहीं है।
ये सब नहीं
ये
होगा, कुछ चीज
ये-
कुछ है, कुछ नहीं है।
ये
ओके ओके
इस सेशन के बाद सारी चीजें वो आपके बुक में है, पर ये सेशन ये मैंने खुद क्रिएट किया था, एंड जस्ट टू गिव यू सम एग्जांपल्स ये डेटा लिया था। ओके
ओके ओके ओके मैं वही देख रहा था कि आई हैव नॉट सीन द कंटेंट इन द बुक, एसएलएम मटेरियल में देखा नहीं है मैंने।
हाँ, ये उसमें नहीं है, उसमें कॉन्सेप्ट्स है, एग्जांपल नहीं मिलेंगे आपको, डेटा भी नहीं मिलेगा, कॉन्सेप्ट्स है, वो कॉन्सेप्चुअल बुक है।
ठीक है ठीक है
ओके
सर।
यस,
ये जो आज का टोटल एंटायर कंटेंट है ये
Yes.
आप में फॉरवर्ड कर देंगे?
बिल्कुल मैं एक साथ आपके ये सारे पीडीएफ, क्योंकि अपने सारे लेक्चर हो ही गए हैं, I'll
हाँ
forward
कोई
you.
रह ना जाए, कोई स्लाइड रह ना जाए, आई मीन।
No, I'll share on mail. So एक बार वापस से स्टार्टिंग से सारी PPTs I'll share on mail.
ठीक है।
Okay, so with this we come to the end of the first session. Now shall we start the second session directly, or you need some break?
अभी ब्रेक लेना है तो ले लो अभी।
No, I'm just asking you, I'm okay with anything. So let's start the second lecture.
ब्रेक लंच के लिए ले लेंगे ना बीच में, अभी स्टार्ट कर
हाँ,
देंगे।
आशीष जी,
हाँ जी सर।
मैं एक्चुअली थोड़ा सा अनकंफर्टेबल हूँ. आई विल नॉट बी एबल टू अटेंड द एंटायर क्लास. तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि थोड़ा सा आप जो सर करा रहे हैं इसको कर लेना. आई विल कलेक्ट एंटायर डिटेल फ्रॉम यू.
ठीक, श्योर।
ये मेरे को स्टॉप शेयरिंग करना पड़ेगा अपने पास. स्क्रीन दिख क्यों नहीं? Can you share? Can you see my screen?
नो सर.
Okay. Abhi, is it visible? Is this screen
Yes.
visible now?
जी सर.
Okay, let's start. So the second session was about the startup ecosystem and the startup movement in India and abroad. So in this, we will look at the overview of startup ecosystem globally and in India, then the startup movement in India, and we'll see how to analyze startup ecosystem, their support structure and challenges in the global startup landscape. Let's see. So we see that in today's globalized world, startup ecosystem has become an integral part of the economic landscape, which is characterized by the dynamic interactions between entrepreneurs, investors, governments, and various support institutions. So when we talk about startups, it has a great impact globally, not only in India, but in the entire world. So we took some example from the popular cities which have startup ecosystem. The first is Silicon Valley, which is known for startups. So it is known as the gold standard for startups and renowned as the world's premier technology hub. It's home to many high-tech companies and startups, especially in the software and internet services. So its ecosystem is characterized by high concentration of venture capital, a culture of innovation, and a rich pool of talented professionals. Then there is European ecosystem. When we talk about the three cities comes into mind: Berlin, London, Stockholm. So here the startup ecosystem is mainly characterized by the government support, the solid infrastructure, and the growing pool of skilled talent. So for example, the Berlin, which is known for its vibrant, creative scene and relatively low cost of living, so which makes it very attractive for startup. And if we talk about Asia, so the Bangalore, Beijing, Singapore is there. So these are mainly driven by the growing and large domestic markets, for example, India, China, Indonesia, and the increasing interest from the investors and various government initiatives. So Bangalore is often known as the Silicon Valley of India, which it has a lot of booming tech startups with where they have a focus on software development and IT services. So it is mainly benefited from a large pool of engineering talent and a growing number of venture capitalists. And if we talk about Beijing, so it is mainly supported by the communist government over there and a large domestic market and a lot of investment in technology and innovation from the government. So this Beijing has become the leader in some sectors like e-commerce, AI, and mobile technology. So Do you know what is the share of these Chinese mobiles in Indian market? What is it currently? Earlier they were leading these mobile market segment. Now they have reduced.
I don't remember the exact percentage.
Any random guess?
20%.
It's more than 30% actually. It's around 40 to 50%, if I remember correctly, or probably more than that, because earlier it was around 80%, but now this premium segment is growing in India for smartphones, so their share has reduced to 50% around. So the Samsung and Apple is growing prominence, but other players are also coming. Then there is Israel, which is known as startup nation. So it's known for high number of startups per capita. So this ecosystem in Israel is mainly driven by a strong R&D focus and venture capital investment, and of course from a robust government support. The talent, the innovation which they have, and in the case of Berlin, it's the government support and the creatives in which is driving the startup ecosystem over there. And when we talk about Bangalore, it's the IT and software, and of course the large market. And in Beijing, e-commerce, AI, and government support is leading the startup ecosystem. And in Israel, high startup density. Uh, of course, they have higher startup per capita and strong R&D. So now let's look at what are the key components of a startup, of venture capital, angel investors, and various other financing options are very crucial for the growth of startups. Then the talented pool. So uh, the pool should have skills and the educated workforce, especially in the area of technology and business. It is very essential for the development of innovative startups. Then these supportive policies and regulations, government plays a crucial role in the development of startup systems. So government should have policies which support entrepreneurships and provide tax incentives, uh, and make these ease of doing business, the process of registering a business very easy. So it can have a major impact on the startup ecosystem health. Then there is network and mentorship opportunities. If there is a culture which promotes networking, mentorship, and have knowledge exchange between the entrepreneurs and industry experts, it can have a significant effect on startup growth. And there should be innovation and research hubs. There should be a collaboration with the universities and research institutions to drive the innovations, and this can provide startups with cutting edge research and collaboration opportunities. Now let's see what are the trends and patterns in global startup ecosystems. The globalization and connectivity. So there's a growing interconnectivity among the startups ecosystems across the different continents. It facilitates cross-border investments and collaborations. And in this case, there is a rise of niche hubs beside the major hubs. Niche startup ecosystems is also emerging, which focuses on specific industries like biotechnology and renewable energy or tech. Then there is government initiatives and supports. So governments which are around the world, they are increasing their focus, and they are recognizing that the importance of startups, and they are implementing various measures to support the growth of startups. Then there is increasing diversity. So there's a special emphasis on increasing the diversity and inclusion within the startup ecosystem. They are promoting a long range of perspectives and different ideas. And what can be the impact of digital transformations? So these digital technologies, they are the major driver of startup innovation, with a focus on these special sectors like artificial intelligence, blockchain, and IoT. Now let's see what is the startup ecosystem in India. So we see that there is a rise of entrepreneurs in India. Uh, People are talking about innovation, and there is no dearth of investment in India. In this section, we will look at what are the current dynamics and what is the evolution of startup ecosystem in India, and what is the government support and what we have achieved till now. Now let's see. So when we talk about startups, so still the startup ecosystem in India is at uh, nascent stage. It has limited access to funding. There's challenges in terms of regulations and lack of infrastructure. But we see the advent of startups in the early 2000, uh, that is called a turning point in the startup ecosystem in India. So when we saw the growth of IT industry and various service sectors, increased. So this is a data till 2022. So there were total 57,000 startups launched to that date. So 105 startups were known as unicorn, and total was $1 billion at that time. And the combined valuation was around $450 billion. So we see that in today's world, India is recognized as the one of the most prominent countries in terms of startup ecosystem. So it has a wide range of sectors, which includes e-commerce, fintech, healthcare, and education, etc. So in this ecosystem is supported by a large network of incubators, accelerators, investors, and venture capitalists. Uh, the cities such as Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, they have emerged as the major startup hubs. They are providing a conducive environment for innovation and growth of the company. So now let's see what are the key factors contributing to the current state. So these are the growing domestic market, a young and tech-savvy population, and the increased number of successful success stories that inspire new entrepreneurs to uh, come up with their new products and services. But there are some kind of challenges in terms of regulations and unequal access to funding. And there is a challenge in terms of infrastructure also. But the government has come up with some policies such as the Startup India initiative, which was launched in 2016. So the main aim of this initiative was to build a strong ecosystem for nurturing innovation and entrepreneurship. So this scheme included the tax incentives, the easier compliance for businesses, and they allocated more than 10,000 crore of funds to this scheme. And there is Atal Innovation Mission. It focused on promoting the innovation and entrepreneurship culture uh, in the nation. They established various Atal Tinkering Labs and Atal Incubation Centers. So the major aim of this Atal Innovation Mission is to building an innovation culture among the young students through schools and various Atal Tinkering Labs. And there are some other initiatives taken by the government. Government of India, the Digital India was launched to transform India into a digitally empowered society. All the operations of government were transformed. So this indirectly boosted the digital startups by improving the internet connectivity and digital literacy. And the Make in India campaign. So this aim to encourage companies to manufacture their products and services in India, and it has indirectly supported startups by improving the manufacturing and supply chain infrastructure. Now we see that around 30% of iPhone uh, globally are exported by India only. And there is a report that around in next 5 years, India will be responsible for making around 80% of the global iPhone volume. Are you aware of this?
Yes, sir.
Yes. That there is easing of regulatory requirements to establish businesses. So a lot of efforts have been made to simplify the registration process and provide a lot of tax exemptions to the eligible startups. Earlier, it was a very rigid process, but they are making a lot of efforts in this direction. These are some of the success stories which we have discussed in our cases also. So, what are the challenges and they faced the Indian startup ecosystem? So the first challenge is of funding. There's a funding gap. So, but there is a lot of funding available. But early stage startups, they struggle to raise the capital. They find a lot of challenges, as we discussed in the last class. There's a limited option for early stage startups. For example, they cannot go for debt. So banks will be very doubty in providing them the loans, and they have to bootstrap their company or look for angel investors, especially in the early phase. And the regulatory hurdles are there. There are some different kinds of regulations for different industries. And this regulatory environment is not certain. They change policies from time to time. Then the lack of infrastructure. This is a major challenge for Indian startup ecosystem, especially in the tier 2 and 3 cities. And there is dearth of talented workforce. So, despite having a large workforce in India, but finding a skilled talent is still a challenge, especially in these specific domains. So we discussed in the previous classes also that there is not much effect of AI on the number of jobs, but on the quality of jobs. So now more skilled people are required, right? Then what's the startup movement in India? Now in this section we will see at the comprehensive examination of the startup movement in India. So we see that this journey began with a historical overview. The roots were found of Indian startups from the post-liberalization era, that is after 1991 till today. So it is mainly influenced by the technological advancements and the surge in digital entrepreneurship. So from a technological proliferation to government initiatives and increasing entrepreneurial culture. So this section will see what are the factors that have pushed India to the forefront of the global startup scene and making it a hub of innovation and business dynamism. So now, initially, the startup was limited to the family-run businesses, but after the liberalization of the Indian economy in the 1990s, we it paved the way for a new breed of entrepreneurs. So, as we talked about in the earlier 2000s, the advent of IT companies and ITS companies, they were supported by the global demand for software and outsourcing services. So this period laid the foundation for more robust startup ecosystem. But the real change we saw in the late 2000s and early 2010s, when the internet became accessible and affordable, not affordable but accessible, and mobile technology started to, to be adopted by the common people. So this era saw the rise of e-commerce companies like Flipkart and Snapdeal. So these were the first few companies were known for the first startup companies in India. So these are followed by a lot of startup companies across various sectors in fintech, healthcare, and education, etc. So you see a snapshot of this timeline. 1990s, there was a emergence of IT companies. Then in 2000s, growth of e-commerce and tech startups, and then in 2010s, diversification into various sectors. Now let's see what are the support structures and challenges in the startup ecosystems. So on this, we will look at components of healthy startup ecosystem, role of government, various investors, and global best practices just followed in startup ecosystem development. So what are the key drivers of Indian startup scene? The first is technological advancements. So it was enabled by an affordable internet and mobile technology, especially after the 2016, the coming of Geo. Then the young demographics, the large, young and diverse population which we have, and various government initiatives in form of supportive policies and programs. Then the venture capital. So the growing interest from the foreign investors and the domestic investors. So this startup scene in India is mainly characterized by its diversity, with startups emerging in nearly every sector, from technology and healthcare to agriculture and education. What is the impact of this Indian startup in the economy and society? In terms of economic growth, so the contribution to the GDP, job creation, and foreign investment, and in terms of innovation, the introduction of new products and services. The social impact can be in the form of addressing the key societal challenges, the cultural shift, which means changing perceptions towards the entrepreneurship. Now people are embracing this as a career, uh, comparing to earlier where they were hesitant that this is not a career. They used to go for the usually accepted career options. So in a nutshell, we can say that the startup ecosystem in India not only reshaped by the business landscape, but it has also far-reaching impacts on the economy and society, which can foster a culture of innovation and entrepreneurial spirit. Now, what are the components of a healthy startup ecosystem? First is access to capital. So it's very essential for startups which are at various stages. They should have access to capital from different funding options. Though this funding enables startups to develop their products and scale their operations. And the talent and human capital is should be a good pool of skilled professionals with expertise in technology and business management. And on top of that, a culture which encourages creativity, innovation, it contributes significantly to the good health of the startup ecosystem. Then there should be a market opportunity. So a robust ecosystem provides good market opportunities, which can include a sizable customer base, uh, and a conducive environment for launching new products or services. Then support services and infrastructure means various support services such as legal, accounting, and other professional services, along with the physical infrastructure like co-working spaces and robust internet connectivity. Then there is regulatory environment. Of course, the government should be supportive with their policies, which support and encourage entrepreneurships. So this we have talked about with tax incentives and other things. Then the networking and mentorship opportunities. Having access to a network of experienced mentors is crucial for the success of any startup. This is a comparison between China and India and the US. So you can see a comparison between the startups. The total funding which India got was around $112 billion. So China is 6 times more than India, and similarly the US was double of China. So this is the internet penetration metrics till 2021. So India was far lagging behind in terms of internet penetration. That means there is a scope to grow more. Now let's see what are the role of government, venture capital, and incubators. What is the role of these key players in startup ecosystems? Government helps in making policies and providing financial incentives and creating a regulatory environment for startups. Venture capitalists helps in by providing funding, expertise, and mentorship, and enabling an access to a wide network. Incubators and accelerators, they provide workspace, mentorship, and access to networks and funding. Now let's see what are their roles. The government's role is multifaceted, which encompasses policy formulation, providing financial incentives, and creating a conducive regulatory environment. Venture capitalists, they provide more than just financial backing. They also bring in expertise, mentorship, access to wider network, which is very crucial for the growth. And they also play a key role in guiding the startup throughout various stages. There is incubators and accelerators. They offer a range of services like workspace, mentorship, access to network and funding. They are very important, especially in the earlier phase of startups. They help to for how to pitch in front of investors. So it's also an example of how India is performing in global unicorn race. It's again the report of 2022. You can see that India had 105 unicorns at that time, whereas US was leading with 618 unicorns. It was 6 times than India at that time. Similarly, other countries, South Korea, Germany, France, UK was there. Israel had 96 unicorns. Looking at its size, it was a very huge number. And China was leading at the second spot with 174 unicorns in total. Now let's see what are the global best practices in startup ecosystem development. So the first is fostering a culture of innovation and risk taking. So encouraging an environment where failures are not seen as a failures are seen as a learning opportunity, but not just as a failure. Then building a strong networks and communities where you create platforms for networking, collaboration, and knowledge sharing among entrepreneurs, investors, and various other stakeholders. Then there is government and private sector collaboration. So there should be effective collaboration between the government and private sector, which can help in developing favorable policies and initiatives which support startups. There is continuous learning and adaptation, so you should never stop learning. The startup ecosystem must evolve with changing technological trends and global economic shifts. They should adapt their strategies and focus areas accordingly. So these are the common challenges faced by startups in various ecosystems. The funding constraints. So there's a difficulty in securing timely and adequate funding. And there are various regulatory hurdles. terms of legal and regulatory frameworks. And there is market competition, high level of competition and market saturation, where you look for diversification strategies. And there is talent acquisition. So there are challenges in attracting and retaining these skilled professionals. And there is scalability challenge and difficulties in scaling operations and sustaining them. And there is a challenge in form of networking and mentorship, where you look for experienced mentors and peer network. Now let's see what are the emerging markets and their growing influence. So emerging markets are having a growing influence on, let's use sense. So especially the emerging countries like India, Brazil, South Africa, they are fostering a robust startup ecosystem. So when we talk about India, they are having a growing economy, especially a large population speaks English, and the increase of internet penetration. So India is becoming a hotbed for startups, especially in the sectors like e-commerce, fintech, and healthcare sectors. So this is a list of top sectors in the Indian startup ecosystem. Of course, e-commerce is leading with the highest funding. Then comes the fintechs and consumer services, and likewise the other sectors. Now let's see what are the trends and developments in the global startup landscape. The first is emerging markets and their growing influence and globalization, cross-border startup dynamics. So what are the emerging markets? We talk about Brazil. So especially the city of Sao Paulo, the startup ecosystem is thriving, and their major focus is on fintech, agtech, and health tech. So initiatives from the government side and venture capitalists, they are driving the growth of startups over there. These are few examples which we took from the Brazil's startup ecosystem, the e-banks. So it was just like a fintech company in India. They provide credit to people looking for funding. Then there is Busher, it's a public transport platform. It's an aggregator like Ola and Uber in India. Then we talk about South Africa. It's the most developed economy of Africa continent. It's seeing a surge in tech startups, especially in Cape Town and Johannesburg. Main sectors include the fintech and e-commerce, health tech, etc. So we took few examples from the South Africa startup ecosystem. So this flow was a platform for real estate property dealers. This platform was developed by them. You can find different properties on this platform. Then the globalization and cross-border startup dynamics. So there's a growing trend of venture capitalists which are investing in startups outside their home country. So this is leading to a more interconnected global startup environment. We took example of Slack. So in this aspect, we talk about collaboration partnerships. So startups increasingly engaging in international alliances, leveraging the global talent and various market opportunities outside. There are few challenges of globalization. For example, you have to face the regulatory challenges of different countries and the cultural challenges and different consumer behaviors. Then digital technology has made it very easy for startups to operate globally, especially with the advent of cloud computing and AI. So it helps them to reach international markets more efficiently. These were the top country rankings in terms of startups. So you see that United States was at first rank across the 3 years. Then ranking till fourth number remained the same. After that, Sweden replaced the fifth spot from the 10th spot in 2020 to fifth spot in 2022. Germany went down. Similarly, Singapore grown a lot to the seventh spot. So this is again a ranking in top of top cities. The top two cities remained the same. There was some fluctuations for London, and Los Angeles took their learning from spot from fifth to fourth. These are the industry rankings. So what are the industries which are leading in startup ecosystem globally? So you can see that software and data industry has the highest number of shares startup ecosystem, followed by the healthcare, health tech, and the social and leisure companies. Fintech comes fourth, then the commerce, retail, and other industries like this. So with this, we come to the end of the second session. So hello,
Yes, sir.
are we there?
Yes, yes, sir.
Not able to find the
Yes, sir, I'm there.
yes, yes, yes. Now I get it. So shall we continue or do you need a break? We continue with the third session.
Yeah, let's continue. And then, I mean, if it is short one, then maybe we can continue till 1:30 and then break for lunch.
Sure, 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 sure. So if you want to discuss anything, you can stop me in between because I'm just going with the content since we need to finish 9 sessions today. But if you want to discuss anything, we can stop and discuss, right?
Yeah, I think content. Anyway, we have the recordings
Okay.
from previous sessions as well. So if you have any case study with you that just in case
I
if you
have
brought in,
I have case studies from my side. That would be a longer case study.
maybe
that
from
we-
SLM if you have SLM from SLM if we can pick any case study, 2-3 case studies.
2-3 cases. See, most of the case studies we have discussed. You,
Mhm.
you had smaller case studies in the textbook, right?
Right.
But I think few case studies left. Let me check. And probably I can share one case study from my side. You can read that. We can discuss on that.
Sure.
It's not in your textbook, but it will be a longer
Okay.
case study if it's
Okay.
okay with you.
Yeah, let's have case studies discussed then because any new topic will not end by 1:30.
Hmm. So will it be okay if we discuss case study for others or for recording purpose? I mean, I'm
Yeah,
just asking.
I mean whenever you like.
I mean, can we discuss in today's session only or say in some other sessions? So will it
I'm
be
not sure.
okay for
I'm not sure if there will be any other sessions.
okay, so will it be fine with the your university people that we discuss case study in this session since it's a
Okay, that
lecture
I'm not.
class?
Yeah, because I don't know what are the instructions for this
I,
session. So.
because I don't know because this is being recorded, so I'm not sure for the purpose.
Okay, yeah,
But we can,
let's complete topics first, then if time
I
permits.
can
Then.
understand this is very boring reading content, but
I know
we
I'm.
have to manage. Probably we can discuss one small case study or few examples in detail of
Yes,
organization, right?
right. Actually,
Then
I
we
was
can
thinking more from examination point of view. So
right. So let me check if some case studies left. Did we discuss the case of Flipkart?
Yes. Yes.
We discussed it?
Yeah.
Okay, Paytm we discussed. I'm just searching for the case, crash case which we have not discussed. That we discussed. Nika we have discussed. Discuss Nika case?
I don't remember actually if in this talk in this class we have discussed NICA. Because
NICA
NICA is a
we
case
have-
study we have covered in 2-3 subjects. So
Okay.
everywhere it is being discussed, but I'm not sure if we covered in startups.
In the SWOT analysis वाला lecture में 5 courses वाला lecture we did not discuss this case. I remember.
Yeah.
It's a small case. We can discuss this. Shall we discuss it?
Yes. Let's discuss.
Let me share my screen. I have longer case studies anyway from the IIT. So if you want to discuss, we can discuss that also, but it will take a lot of time to read.
Right. Any
Be a very
small
good
case
case
study?
study. My screen visible.
Yes.
Can you see?
Yeah, I can see.
So we'll discuss this case for 15-20 minutes, okay? That would be enough.
Yeah.
It's a small case. After that, we can continue with the session.
Okay, scroll down, please. All right. Scroll down. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, let's see the
Discuss
questions.
questions. First question is this: how did Nykaa differentiate its value proposition in the
Yeah,
competitive
like
industry?
yeah, it is
What?
written that beauty like, so expert guidance and some tutorials it provided along with the beauty products online. Right? That is the differentiation that Nykaa adopted.
How did they differentiate themselves? Right. So they recognize the need
Yeah,
to establish a
but
unique
also
value.
provided expert guidance and tutorials. They were addressing specific market needs.
Hmm. So they provided the tutorials and expert guidance. So it was not existing earlier.
And also there was a gap in providing an integrated beauty advice and shopping experience. So these two things can become success.
So this was something different from other competitors.
Yeah, offering a comprehensive beauty destination with expert advice, tutorials, and wide ranging.
So after this, Nykaa, did other beauty brands also follow this, or is it the Nykaa only doing this?
I think Nykaa was the pioneer in providing this kind of service along with their beauty products.
After that came Sugar and other beauty brands.
Yeah, after that, other brands came.
But they are not really doing so, or are they are still on the?
Because Nykaa reaped the first mover advantage, so maybe.
But they are still trying to do so.
Yeah. I mean, they already captured a lot of market, no? And almost every brand, their own brands are also there, and they're acting like aggregators as well, like marketplace for beauty brands.
Right. So, what are the competitors of Nykaa in this segment? One is Sugar, the other ones are.
Apart from Sugar, I am not sure.
Some international brands, right?
Maybe international brands, but they are brands. Not sure about the marketplaces.
Okay.
Any other marketplace which are offering the same service like Nykaa and Sugar.
Purple is some other aggregator who sells beauty products
Okay.
apart from Sugar also. But the other commerce websites are also providing these beauty products like Myntra and Mama, Tata. They are also offering the same products.
Yeah, Mamaearth is.
They are trying to enter the same segment. Although started.
Yes. Mamaearth is, I
started
think,
with
they are close competitors.
They started with a different value proposition, but they are now entering everything. Second question is discuss how Nykaa's use of market research frameworks like SWOT and Porter's five process influenced its strategy.
I think in this kind of question we can explain the what is SWOT and what is five process analysis, and then align those factors with Nykaa specific
Right.
cases.
For example, discuss what are the strengths of Nykaa.
Yeah.
So, Nykaa, the first is they had this first mover advantage. They were the first to enter this industry
And
with a different value proposition.
technological skills they're offering for using technological position. I mean, their positioning was using technology, so that is the opportunity for them.
What could be the
that is obviously the competitors, new competitors, or the already existing brands that were offering services online. Sales, right?
And the unorganized sector, which is a huge market base. But
And
what
then
can be the weakness?
Weakness? What could be weakness? Because it is not mentioned anywhere.
So this can be the weakness, balancing the financial viability So they were having the cost burden as they were
Yeah,
approaching
any challenges that any startup face actually.
Hmm. Mainly the financial and becoming the profitable startup. This is the main challenge of any startup. Any other weakness from apart from this?
I'm not sure.
Hmm. And what are the opportunities?
Yeah, the gap that is mentioned.
One is in the segment of beauty,
Yeah,
but
sustainable
after
products. Yeah, and cruelty free. That is the opportunity.
but after developing your supply chains and your distributions, so you can also enter quick commerce just like other companies,
Mhm.
or you can start selling the allied products, right?
Right.
So I was reading a news that these quick commerce companies are also looking at supplying high value products, for example, gold, etc. Zomato leveraged this by acquiring Blinkit. They entered the quick commerce segment. Similarly, Nykaa could also do that. They can enter supplying the allied products into quick commerce market also. Can this be an opportunity?
Yes, right.
Or the healthcare segment maybe uh, related to wellness products.
Wellness, yeah, they entered into wellness also. So that is an opportunity, right?
Hmm. It can be an
Yep.
opportunity. The other question is, how did Nykaa integrate customer feedback into its business model, and what impact did this have on its product offerings and services? So they integrated the customer feedback in the business model. Was it written somewhere?
I was just reading. Um,
This is the Nykaa engaged
yeah,
customer feedback mechanism using
surveys, social media interaction.
This feedback was integral in integrating their product offerings and services. For example, recognizing a growing demand for sustainable and cruelty-free products, Nykaa expanded their product range to include eco-friendly and ethical brands. Right. So there was a demand for cruelty-free products or the
Yes.
environment-free products.
Maybe the products which are not using any animal products.
Hmm. They should be environment friendly. So they recognize this gap and incorporated into their product lines. They expanded their product range. So what impact did this have on its product offerings and
Yes,
services?
their product line was expanded, wide range of products on their portal, and
Their customer base also increased.
increased, yes, because they cater to varied demands.
So customers which earlier were not associated with Nykaa, they can now explore its platform to buy such products. Evaluate the importance of financial planning and ethical considerations in Nykaa's strategic management. How did these factors contribute to the
Yeah, I'm not sure
sustainability?
how to find answer for this type of question. It all depends on actual
In-
knowledge of how Nykaa operated, because in this case study it is not mentioned.
It is not mentioned. But
So
according to your understanding, you're right. For example, this session must be on something related to finance, valuation.
Correct.
Right.
Valuation and
Idea
arranging for
valuation.
capital. How did they arrange capital or
This session
something?
was about idea valuation. So you must have taught, you must have learned about the various valuation matrix and financial matrix in this session. So you can use those financial matrix and write your answer.
Yeah,
right?
right.
So in
Like
this class, you
ROI,
must have
discounted cash flows or in PVS.
yes, valuation matrix. Yes. So you must have read about the importance of financial planning. So what are the important parameters? Why do you do financial planning in this session? And what are the ethical considerations? So in line with that, you can write the answer for NICA. So concepts are there, but how to implement those concepts in NICA, that you have to find, right? And
Yeah.
accordingly, after the first part, accordingly, you can write the second answer one by one. That this factor will help NICA in this segment. This factor will help in this area. Right?
Yeah.
First, you have to evaluate the importance of financial planning. How the financial planning is important for NICA, and what are the role of ethical consideration in NICA. So after writing this, then one by one you can write that how are they affecting the performance of NICA and the sustainability and credibility of the business, right?
Okay. Yeah. Correct.
Or if any framework or model fits in, try to incorporate that also. For example, when we talk about the industry, analyze the industry. So in that case, Porter 5 process fits in, right? You can apply this model.
Right. Specific.
Similarly, when you're talking about the organization, you can use other metrics such as BCG metrics, BCG framework, or this INSOF metrics. You know? Okay. So shall we continue again? Hello. 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 Am I audible, Ashish? Hello, Ashish. Am I audible? Anyway, I think we should start. Now let's start the idea evaluation session. So this session is about the value proposition in startups. So in this section, the session will understand how you craft a compelling value proposition, how to assess the value of new ideas in the market, and an introduction to design thinking principle. We will also analyze the competitive landscape of value differentiation. Right? So what is a value proposition? So we talk about value proposition. It's a clear, concise statement which articulates why a customer should choose your product or services over competitors' products or services, right? So it encapsulates unique value which is delivered to customers, addressing their needs, solving their problems. What are the importance of value proposition? So when we talk about startups where there are limitation of resources and the competition is high, comparing value proposition is very important for differentiating itself in the market space. So the importance of value proposition cannot be overstated. It serves as the foundation for marketing strategies, guides product development, and also helps in securing funding by clearly articulating the startup's market potential. And a well-defined value proposition also help in attracting early adopters, and it can be critical in achieving market penetration. What are the key components of an effective value proposition? Now let's look at the target audience. You identify who the product or service is designed for, what will be the target audience, and then you define the problem statement or the need which you are going to address. Then what are the solution you are going to offer? You explain how the product or service will solve the problem. Then the benefits of value. You highlight the benefits and unique value to the customer. Then differentiation details what sets the product and services apart from the customer. So give the details. Now let's see what are the components of an effective value proposition in detail. So you clearly identify the specific customer segment uh, which you are looking to address the problem for. Then you define the problem or the need of the product or services. Then the solution you are going to offer. Describe how the product or services solve the identified problem. Then you highlight the benefits and unique value provided to the customer. The differentiation. Explain what makes the product or service different from existing alternatives. Now, we talk about aligning value proposition with the customer needs and expectations. So it involves various steps such as the customer research. You conduct in-depth research to understand the customer needs and their preferences, their pain points, and this customer research can be done through surveys, interviews, and market analysis. Then the empathy mapping we talked about. For this, we use tools such as empathy maps to understand insights into what customers think, what they feel, and what they do. And this also helps in understanding their experiences and expectations more deeply. Then to adjust your product or service features to meet the specific needs and desire of the target audience. Now you do feedback incorporations in which you regularly collect and analyze customer feedback to refine the value proposition. Then you develop effective message which resonate with the targeted audience and which clearly communicates the value proposition to them. So by smartly crafting and aligning the value proposition with customer needs, startups can enhance their market appeal and competitive edge. But this process requires continuous refinement and adaptation to changing market conditions. Now let's understand assessing the value of new ideas in the market. So process involves comprehensive analysis of how an idea will perform in the market, considers factors like customer demand, competition, and overall market trends. What are the methods available for evaluating market viability of new ideas? Market research, in which you conduct primary and secondary market research. This can include surveys, interviews, focus groups, but the secondary research can involve analyzing the existing data. Then you do SWOT analysis we talked about, which you identify the it's a strategic planning technique to provide which provide assessment tools. So it helps in understanding both internal and external factors that can impact the success of the idea. In this you identify the core strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, which lead to fact-based analysis, fresh perspectives, and new ideas. So the SWOT analysis pulls information, internal sources, but also from the external forces that may be uncontrollable. So remember when we discussed about the SWOT analysis, we also talk about the TOES matrix. You remember? Ashish, are you there?
Yes, I was speaking on mute. Actually. Yes, remember TOES matrix where it
Yes, you remember that,
explains
right?
combination of these syntax,
These
strength and
strategies.
opportunity.
You use strength with opportunities to understand how can you leverage your strength to make the most of the opportunities. Then you make the combination of strength with threats, then weaknesses with opportunities, and the weaknesses with threats to overcome the internal weaknesses and minimizing external threats. And this was an example we took of Startbucks, how they use those metrics to improve their strategies, right? You want to discuss this
Right.
again or let's move forward?
No, that's okay. That we have
Yeah.
discussed in class in detail.
Hmm. So what are the methods for evaluating market viability of new ideas? Various kind of feasibility studies are available. So this involves assessing the practicality of the idea, how much this idea is practical in terms of the resources and technology and time availability. So these are three kinds of feasibility strategies: technical feasibility, financial feasibility, and resource feasibility. So then there is Porter's five forces model we use to understand the industry dynamics. So in which we see threat of new entrants, threat of substitutes, bargaining power of buyers, bargaining power of suppliers, competition in the industry, etc. So this you understood, right? Porter five forces.
Yes, sir. New
Ria,
competitors, substitutes, products, buyer suppliers, competitive
yes.
analysis, basically.
So
Competitors analysis
can,
can use.
can we take an example and apply this model again on any company or industry?
Example.
Let's discuss. Excuse me. Let's discuss this in detail again. Let's take an example of any industry and try to apply it so that
Let's take
better practice.
electric vehicles industry.
Electric vehicles. So, for example, in this industry, what can be the threat of new entrants?
Yes, new entrants are there because uh, if we talk about Tata Motors, then there was some news of coming Tesla coming in.
Tesla.
Apart from that, there was a video surrounding. There was some local mechanic who, I mean, okay, that was for autonomous driving.
Okay.
But electric vehicle once nowadays there are many buyers for electric vehicles in India also, especially from Mahindra and Tata. So if you consider subsidies from government, there will be competition, lot of competition in this area as well.
Hmm. So when we talk about an electric
And
vehicle,
also
vehicle,
this company MG, Morrison Garage company,
yes,
they have also brought some electric cars, small
this
electric cars.
format,
Yeah.
is there.
Yeah.
But it didn't see much success, I guess.
Yeah, right. The success that Tata Motors has seen
So
for with Nexon
they
EV
they,
and
lo- they launched that car with a particular initiative in mind. For example, this can be in second car in people's home.
yeah,
This
right.
format, but they did not see much success. People did not accept it
So I think
much.
the battery technology is improved, there,
Hmm.
then you will see real competition here.
Right. It's still at nascent stage.
Yes. So
And
instead
also
of
the
taking
price.
4 or 5 hours, if it gets charged in 1 hour or so, then it will
Also,
it
the
will be
cost of
good.
battery should go down. Price parity should be there. So, threat of new entrants, we have talked about, new companies are coming in. What can be the threat of substitutes?
Substitutes again, these see as a product there is no substitute. I think it's a car,
Hmm.
electric car is an electric car. There is no
Hmm.
other product that can substitute its
But probably,
purpose.
specifically, we are talking about the electric cars. The hydrogen powered vehicle can be substituted, but
Yeah, I mean, correct,
it
correct.
will take a lot of time. But
Hydrogen
still,
fuel
they
cell
can be
and hybrid cars also.
hybrid cars. They can be a good substitute, but of course, they will take a lot of
I
time.
mean, not at this stage at least.
Hmm. What is the bargaining power of buyers? Is it high or low in case of EV?
Uh, at this stage, do buyers have bargaining power?
Hmm. Not
Because
really.
there is a waiting on electric cars, I think. That is
Yes,
going on.
yes. At this time, they do not have bargaining power. There are limited options.
Yes.
There's no perfect competition in this market. Few options available, you have to go with them. So bargaining power is low. What is the bargaining power of suppliers?
Again, for battery and other uh,
Chips
semiconductor companies, electric companies,
can be moderate to high.
can be moderate.
Moderate to high, I guess. What do you think? No, since it require more chips and some semiconductors, no? Electric cars. Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, am I audible?
Sometimes the voice becomes very low.
Okay.
So I am just trying to
Is
make
it
out
okay
what you
now?
asked. Yes, now it is okay.
I was saying that these electric cars requires more number of chips and semiconductors.
Yes, the electronic components are more.
So
So
in that case, they are more relied on the suppliers. So suppliers' power becomes more. Don't you think so? Bargaining power.
correct. They can execute their bargaining powers.
Yes, they can use that. The competition in the industry.
So that's what I am a bit confused. The competition in the industry and the threat of new entrants, aren't they both same things? The threat of new entrants and competition in the industry.
Yes, threat of new entrants because affects the competitive intensity. Right. If there are
They are
more new,
same, right?
not same, they are different because competition can be influenced by multiple factors, isn't it? Threat of new entrants can be of one element,
Mm-hmm.
but competition can be influenced by multiple things. For example, government policies. If if government says that we will not allow foreign car makers to enter our Indian market, competition will be easy for Indian EV makers, no?
Okay,
But
okay.
new car makers can enter. Indian car makers can enter the market.
I mean, creating
Or
barriers
let's say,
is. Mm.
the price of these components fluctuates much. The price of steel or these semiconductors goes up and goes down. It can also influence the competition. Isn't it?
Mm.
So, I mean, competition can be influenced by multiple things. it's not just dependent on the threat of new entrants only. The threat of new entrants can be one determinant of competition. Right?
Yeah, right.
So where do you see the competition in the EV car market in India? Is it high or is it moderate level? I don't think there is much competition in the EV segment right now.
Yeah, right now there is not much.
There are very few options available. We know that not every company is looking to make these EV vehicles. For example, Maruti, they are not still thinking about this. In fact, few days back, a report came that they are saying that this small car segment will come back, this hatchback segment, and it will drive the growth for them.
Yeah.
Let's move ahead. So how can we balance innovation and market needs? So innovation drives progress and differentiation, we know that, but aligning it with the market needs will ensure demand and adoption. What are the techniques available to this? Customer-centric innovation. So you develop innovations based on in-depth understanding of customer needs and preferences. Then the minimum viable product. To create a product with minimum features to satisfy early adopters and gather feedback for future development. Now let's see what are the risk assessment and idea valuation. So you list potential risks, which includes market, financial, operation, environmental risks. So you evaluate the likelihood and impact of each risk, and you formulate mitigation strategies for risk. So these are three types of risk. So market risk are risks related to the market dynamics and demands. What are the mitigation strategies? Diversification, market research. For financial risk, which are related to cash flows and investment and cost, so you do financial planning and you make contingency funds. Then the operational risk, which are related to day-to-day operations, you do process optimization, quality control to mitigate these kind of risk. Then there are what are the market testing and validation techniques available. So prototyping and pilots, you develop prototypes or pilot programs to test your idea in the real world scenario. And there is A/B testing. You compare two versions of a product to understand which is better. And there are customer feedback and surveys to gather feedback from the potential users. Then there are crowdfunding campaigns which use different platforms, for example, Kickstarter, to understand the interest and funding potential. So apart from this, there are market testing available. So these are beta testing, in which you test pre-release version with the selected users. Then what are the key metrics for this? User engagement and bug reports. Then there are focus groups in which you do group discussions for in-depth feedback. And the metrics can be qualitative feedback and attitudes. Then the sales trial. So you do limited release to understand the sales potential, and you understand this by sales volume and customer retention. Now let's understand what is the design thinking principles. So it's a human-centered approach to innovation, which includes the need of people, possibilities of technology, and the requirement for business success. So it's mainly beneficial for addressing complex problems that are not clearly defined or unknown. So by reframing these problems in human-centric ways, creating many ideas in brainstorming sessions, and adopting a hands-on approach in prototyping and testing. So let's see what is design thinking methodology. First, we empathize. So in this, you understand the needs of the customer for which you are designing the product. You empathize with them, you understand their pain points. After that, you clearly define the problem based on the insights or information you gain from Then, and after that, you ideate. So you generate a lot of creative ideas or innovative ideas to address the defined problem. First, you empathize, you understand the problem, then you define the problem, and to solve that problem, you come up with different ideas. Then you develop a prototype. So it's a scaled down version of the product or specific features to test the ideas. And after developing it, you test it. You gather feedback on the prototypes to refine it and improve it. So let's look at it in nutshell. So empathize. You can use user interviews, ethnographic research for this. Then for defining the problem, you use problem statements, user journey maps, and for ideate, for coming up with the new ideas, you do brainstormings and mind mapping. And for developing prototype, you use mockups and 3D printing. For testing it, there are various testing strategies available, which are user testing, A/B testing, etc. Now let's look at application of design thinking in value proposition development. So it can be very instrumental in developing a value proposition which really resonate with customers. So by focusing on empathy, it ensures that the value proposition is deeply aligned with customer needs and experiences. Ideation leads to innovative ways of delivering value, while prototyping and testing help in refining the proposition. So empathy in understanding customer needs. So it means deeply understanding customer needs, which ensures that the value proposition is relevant and compelling. Ideation for unique value creation. So you come up with different ways to solve customer problems, which leads to innovative value propositions. Then prototyping for effective communication. It helps in visualizing the value proposition, making it easier to communicate to stakeholders and customers. It's a tangible product in which you can visualize the idea, which helps in getting funding from the stakeholders. Then let's look at the concept of iterative design and rapid prototyping. So this iterative design, it's a cyclical process of prototyping, testing, and analyzing and refining. You you develop a prototype, test it, analyze it, and refine it. Okay. So it's a core aspect of iterative design, which involves quickly creating a prototype to test aspects of a product. This rapid prototyping means quickly creating a prototype and you test it through the feedback and do this process iteratively. So in this quick feedback loop is there, it helps to gather immediate feedback and enabling quick iterations. It reduced your development time by identifying issues early in the process, which helps in reducing overall development time. It's cost effective because early detection of problems can help in saving cost in the development process. So there is a comparison given between traditional and rapid prototyping. You can see that time is longer for traditional and short for rapid prototyping. Cost is higher for traditional, lower for prototyping, and flexibility is of course less in traditional prototyping and high in rapid prototyping. Similarly, the feedback gathered in the later stage in traditional prototyping, and you get immediate feedback in the case of rapid prototyping. Now let's see, how do you integrate customer feedback in the design thinking process. So during the empathy stage, this initial feedback helps understand the user perspective and define the problem. So after the ideation stage, so you gather feedback on the solution which you have created. It ensures that you are on the right track. Then during the prototype testing, so feedback on the prototype is also important for refining the final product. You can see during empathy stage, feedback methods are surveys, interviews, observation. During ideation stage, you can adopt for co-creation, workshops, and idea feedback sessions. So just to clear you, this co-creation is a process in which you also involve customer during the creation of the product, right? So you take their ideas also if they want to give. Then there is prototyping. For this, feedback method is usability testing, focus groups, beta testing. In summing up, you can say that design thinking provides a structured but flexible framework for understanding and solving complex problems. Its emphasis on empathy and user centricity makes it particularly effective for startups developing value propositions that are not only innovative but also deeply aligned with customer needs and expectations. And with the help of iterative design and rapid prototyping, startups can efficiently refine their offerings, integrate customer feedback to ensure the final product meets their demand. Right. Now let's see the competitive landscape of value differentiation. So in the contemporary business ecosystem, startups not only innovate but also differentiate their value offerings from competitors. Understanding and analyzing the competitive landscape is an important step. It involves identifying competitors, understanding their strategies, what are their strengths and weaknesses, and finally leveraging this knowledge to create unique value proposition. So what are the tools for competitive analysis? It's an structured approach to identify competitors and evaluating their strategies to determine their strengths and weaknesses, which are related to your product or services. So these are the tools which can be used. Competitor benchmarking, in which the primary focus is on direct comparison with competitors. Then the Porter 5 forces, which you understand the overall industry structure and the competitive intensity in the industry. Then the SWOT analysis, you understand the internal and external factors of your organization. Then the pest analysis, you analyze the external environmental factors. So these are given in detail, which we have already discussed. And now, how can you identify and leverage competitive advantage? Let's see. First, you identify unique strength. So you see what your company do better than your competitors. It can be in the form of innovation, technology, customer service, or cost efficiency. It can be anything which you are best at in comparison to your competitor. Then the continuous improvement, you regularly refine these strengths to maintain the competitive advantage. For example, uh, Honda's core competency is their engines. They work heavily on their engines to maintain their competitive advantage. Now, then you do strategic asset utilization. So it means effectively using resources such as technology, skilled force, or geographical location. What are the sources of competitive advantage? What are the examples? So sources can be technological superiority, cost efficiency, brand equity, customer service excellence, etc. So technology superiority, for example, use of advanced technology in product development. Cost efficiency means you have standardized operations, which helps in reducing the overhead cost. MACD is a good example of that. Then there's brand equity, established brand recognition and loyalty. Then customer service excellence, in which personalized and responsive customer service is there. What are the different strategies for differentiation in a saturated market which is stagnant? So there can be a niche market focus, can target a specific segment of the market with specialized needs. We took this example of Lefties. So it's a store which manufactures products for the people who are left-handed. So they create every kind of product for them. So this is one good example. Then there is Beardo. This company is focused on man grooming, right? So they have a niche market focus. Then there is innovative product feature. So you can offer unique features or functionalities that are not available in the existing products. That's how you can differentiate yourself. Then after that, you can provide superior customer service that is significantly better than the competitors. We took the example of Amazon. Did you remember? In terms of
Yes. Yeah.
e-commerce companies, Amazon provides better customer service than the other platforms. Then the brand storytelling, building compelling brand story that resonates with the target audience. So what can be these sources of competitive advantage? So niche market focus, conducting in-depth market research to identify and target niche segments. Innovative product features, investing in R&D to develop unique product attributes. Then the superior customer service, training your staff, implementing customer feedback systems. Brand storytelling, that means creating and promoting a unique brand narrative. Now let's look at the summary. So we can say that analyzing the competitive landscape and effectively differentiating startups' value propositions are very integral to achieve sustainable competitive advantage. By utilizing these various analytical tools and identifying and leveraging these strengths and implementing target differentiation strategies, startups can successfully form a unique position in the market. This will not only enhance visibility and appeal among customers, but lays a foundation for long-term success and resilience of the business. With this, we complete our third session. So, shall we start our fourth session? Or you need a break?
So let's have lunch break. Now.
Okay. So it's 1:43 now. So shall we start at 2 again?
2 or 2:15?
2:15 would be a long break. 2:05 works.
I'm not sure if I'll be back by then.
Okay.
Actually.
2:10 is fine for you.
Yeah.
So let's try to come by 2:10. Otherwise, we'll start.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. Cool. So this meeting is going on. We'll leave in between. We'll be here. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. Thanks, Ashish. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
We'll start at 2:15 again. Okay. Till that time, lunch. We'll start it again. Now let me share my screen for another session. Is where the fourth session slide available. Session 5 is of design thinking and innovation. So We will start this session sharp at start this session. Hello. Hello, hi Ashish.
Hello, yes, sir. Yeah, and
Yes, you're back. So let's start again. So this is the fourth session we discussed. So in this section, we will understand the what are the financial modeling methods available for idea valuation and the subsequent legal and ethical consideration in value proposition development and intellectual property rights, regulatory compliance, and integrating sustainability in the value proposition. So we took this example of Sensex hitting 75,000 at that time. In just 10 years, it got tripled from 2014. Then the financial modeling for idea valuation. So this is very important for strategic management of startups, especially in valuing ideas and making the informed decisions. It involves creating a representation of a startup's financial situation and the forecasting its future performance and also providing vital insights for stakeholders and investors. So these are financial projections which are very critical for startups to estimate the future revenue, expense, and capital requirements. They also help in strategic planning, risk management, and communicating business models viability to potential investors. So the key components are revenue projections, in which you estimate the future sales based on market analysis, and you decide the pricing strategy and various sales channels. Then the expense forecast includes both fixed and variable cost, which are rent, salaries, etc. So you forecast the expenses. Then what are the fundamentals of these financial projections? The cash flow projections and break-even analysis. So you monitor when and how cash flows in and out of the business. You keep a track on that. And this is very crucial for managing the liquidity for day-to-day operations. Then after that, you do break-even analysis in which you try to understand when the startup will become profitable, right? So these are the fundamental for financial projections. These are the key metrics which we use in day-to-day uh, use of startup. So this is burn rate. It is a rate at which a company is expanding its capital before generating a positive cash flow. And then this is runway. That means the amount of time until the company will run out of money at its current burn rate. Then the gross margin is the difference between revenue and cost of goods sold, which is divided by the revenue, and it's also expressed as a percentage. Then the EBITDA, it's earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. It indicates the operational profitability of the organization. Then cost benefit analysis of new ideas. It's a process which is used to evaluate the total cost versus the total benefits of a project. It includes identifying the costs, which are direct costs in form of production and labor, and the indirect costs, which are in administrative expenses and various opportunity costs. Then identifying the benefits. Benefits can be in the form of tangible benefits and the intangible benefits. Tangible benefits are which are visible in the sense that revenue and the savings on cost. And tangible benefits are which are not visible, means brand enhancement and satisfaction of customers. After that, you compare costs and benefits. You try to evaluate whether the benefits are more or the costs are more, but by how much the difference. What are the core component of cost benefit analysis? Direct cost, which are directly related to the implementation of the idea, indirect costs that are not directly countable for the idea but are related with it. There are examples given for direct or indirect costs. Then the tangible benefits, benefits that can be directly measured or quantified. Intangible benefits that are not easily measurable but have a long-term impact. So tangible benefits can be in the form of increased revenue, resource cost savings, these productivity, etc. And the intangible benefits can be in the form of enhanced user experience, increased customer satisfaction, increased compliance, and many other things. Now let's see the investment readiness and valuation metrics. So being investment ready involves having a solid business model, a clear financial plan, and understanding the valuation metrics that investors focus on. So what are these metrics? Discounted cash flows. So it involves forecasting the free cash flows of a business and discounting them to the present value. It estimates the value of an investment using its expected future cash flows, and it attempts to determine value of an investment today based on various projections of how much money that investment will generate in the future. Right? Then the comparable analysis. So it's a valuation approach that analyzes the financial performance of various companies to determine which may be overvalued or undervalued. So you compare with the other companies, financial performance of other companies. So this utilizes these metrics such as the price to book, price to earnings, price to free cash flow, or other metrics that compare equity valuations to financial performance. So this company's equity value should bear some resemblance to other equities in a similar class. So you can compare a company which is in the same industry, but you cannot compare with a different sector. After that, the market capitalization is again a valuation metric. So it's mainly for publicly traded companies. It's a straightforward valuation metric. So it shows how much a company is worth as determined by the total market value of all outstanding shares. So the total value of outstanding shares is known as the market capitalization. So to simply calculate the market cap, you multiply the number of outstanding shares by the current value of one share. It is used to determine a company's size and then compare the company's financial performance to other companies of various sizes. Right. So this is a snapshot given. So discounted cash flow. It's best for startups. Predictable cash flows. Uncertainty is less. And comparable analysis are suitable when there are comparable companies in the same industry. If the comparable companies are not available, then this is what we use. Then market capitalization, it's applicable for startups that are publicly traded. After that, you do scenario planning and sensitivity analysis. So these are very important for understanding how changes in some of the assumptions impact the financial projections. So it's a strategic approach which equips leaders to plan for uncertainties and make informed business decisions. It involves identifying potential scenarios and forecasting their outcomes through trend analysis. After that, formulating strategies and then developing different scenarios, which are best case, worst case, most likely scenario based on various assumptions. After that, you do sensitivity analysis. In this, you examine how sensitive the results are to changes in key variables, such as sales volume, price, or cost. If there's a change in price, so what will be the result on the performance? There will be a change in the volume of sales. What will be the performance of the company? So likewise, it's a technique that analyzes how the uncertainty in the output of a model can be affected by the changes in the input variable. Right? So these are two types of method. So scenario planning includes optimistic, pessimistic, and realistic scenario. Sensitivity analysis focuses on the impact of changes in key variables like cost and pricing. So looking at the summary, so we can say that financial modeling for idea valuation is a multifaceted approach which requires meticulous planning and analysis. From fundamental financial projections to complex cost benefit analysis, investment readiness assessment, startups must employ various financial tools and methodologies. So after that, scenario planning and sensitivity analysis further enrich by providing insights into the potential impact of different market conditions and changes. Ultimately, it allows startups to prepare for multiple future outcomes and how sensitive the results are to changes in key variables. Now let's see what are the legal and ethical considerations in value proposition development. So these, in the development of a value proposition, these legal and ethical consideration, they play an important role. So by adhering to these principles, not only safeguard you, but legal repercussions, but from legal repercussions also enhances its reputation and trustworthiness in the market. So now let's see IPR and their impact on value proposition. So these IPR play a very important role in startup offering, which includes inventions, designs, original work, or othership, etc. So what is their impact on value proposition? Protect of the protection of unique ideas. So IP rights help in safeguarding the unique innovations, which ensures competitive advantage in the market. Enhances credibility. Holding IP right can enhance the credibility of a startup, which makes its offerings more attractive to investors and customers. And the monetization opportunities. So if you have IP, it can be of good asset. It can offer opportunities for monetization through licensing or licenses. Then there are what are the type of intellectual property and their relevance. So patents, trademarks, copyrights, trade secrets. What are their relevance in value proposition? Patents protect novel inventions, which adds to the uniqueness of product. Trademarks safeguard brand names, symbols, slogans. Copyrights ensures protection of original content, and trade secrets protect proprietary processes or methods. Just give me a second. Yes, I'm back. Moving ahead, how can we navigate the regulatory compliance? So this regulatory compliance requirement can be varied, can depend on the industry and region. And it's not just a legal obligation, but also influences the value proposition. How? By ensuring market access. So if you're complying with the laws, the relevant laws and regulations, so it will help you in accessing the market and making the continuity of your business. Then helps in building trust with stakeholders. So if you are adhering to the regulations, it will create a trust with customers, investors, and your business partners. And of course, it helps in implementing financial penalties. Otherwise, it will fetch a lot of penalties from the government side, and it will also damage the financial standing of the company. What are the common regulatory areas and their considerations? Data protection, in which adherence to laws like GDPR for handling customer data, health and safety. You have to comply with safety standards and product design in the workplace. Environmental regulation, meeting standards for sustainability and environmental impact. This have a major impact in today's business world, then there is industry-specific regulations, which are specialized regulations in sectors such as healthcare, finance, defense, etc. What are the ethical implications and CSR, social responsibility and regulation? So these are very integral to business strategy. If, for example, startups aligning their value proposition with ethical standards and social responsibility can help in enhancing brand image and the customer loyalty. How it can do so? As sustainable practices while incorporating this sustainability in the business model to minimize the environmental impact. By ethical sourcing, through ensuring that materials and labors are sourced in an ethical manner. Then by implementing the transparency with stakeholders about various business practices and their operations, and the community engagement, so engaging with and contributing to the community is a major aspect of social responsibility and valuation. So you can see that what will be the business impact of these ethical practices. Sustainable practices will help in attracting environmentally conscious consumers and reduce operational costs. And ethical sourcing will build trust with consumers and enhances brand reputation, whereas transparency increases customer loyalty and trust in the brand. A community engagement will strengthen local market presence and will foster goodwill. Looking at the summary, you can say that legal and ethical considerations not only essential for compliance but also pivotal in shaping startups' value proposition. These IPR provides a competitive edge and credibility, while regulatory compliance ensures market access and stakeholder trust. Ethical practices and social responsibility resonate with modern consumers, potentially leading to increased loyalty and stronger brand image. And finally, the startups that successfully navigate these aspects can create a value proposition which is not only compelling but also responsible and sustainable, right? So with this, we complete our fourth session. Now, shall we start the next session?
Yes, sir, because at 3, they have scheduled, there is another session for another subject actually. I don't know why there is a 4. Yeah.
For you,
Yeah,
for the same
I
students of
will
this
have to
subject.
join that session also at 3 o'clock.
Oh,
Yeah.
why did they do so? Scheduling two subjects at the same time.
I am not sure. Even in fact, there is another overlap with some other subject. The calendar
So
is
it
like
must be a tiring day for you today.
yeah, right.
And also the boring day.
Not boring. I am considering this as saving time on revising the subject again later.
Again, you can do that in a nutshell. All those concepts. Anyway, we'll start.
Maybe if you think if there is still things left after 3 o'clock, if you can continue and then I will see the recording later for the
Sure,
remaining part.
I'll have to because we have just finished 4 sessions, 5 sessions left.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll have to. So now I'll start with the design thinking and
Yes.
evaluation. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Meanwhile, if you want to discuss something in between, you can stop me. So, because otherwise, I'll just go on.
Yeah. If I think if there is any gap in my understanding and this concept, so I will interrupt.
Sure. Or you want to discuss any example or something.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
that would make is more interesting, no? Otherwise, it will be very boring.
Yeah, true.
Let's start. So this session was on design thinking and innovation. So this was the agenda for this session. Studying the historical evolution of design thinking to empathy, user-centric approach, prototyping and experimentation, integrating technology into design thinking, then cross-functional dynamics, metrics and measurement, what are the challenges and limitations, and finally the future trends and evolving practices in design. So we actually this was the part of fourth session only, but due to the time possibility, it move forward to the next session. So this value proposition sustainability, we took it in the fifth session. So let's look at how to integrate sustainability in the value proposition. So this sustainability has evolved from a peripheral issue to a central component of strategic business planning. So especially in today's era, which is more environmental concern and social responsibilities of paramount, integrating the sustainability in startup value proposition is not just ethical, but also strategically beneficial for companies. Now let's see what is the role of sustainability in modern business strategy. Now integrating sustainability into business strategy is now not optional, but it's the main driver of innovation, competitiveness, and market relevance. So now you focus on sustainability. Accordingly, you devise strategies for innovation and competitiveness. So this role of sustainability includes the risk management, in which you address the various environmental risks, which will help you in safeguarding yourself from regulatory changes and supply chain disruptions. Then the brand differentiation. You are sustainably if you are following sustainable practices, this will differentiate you as a brand in otherwise crowded market space. Then it also gives you customer loyalty, because our growing consumer base is more conscious about the environment and social aspects. So they prefer brands that are actively pursuing these sustainable strategies. It also provides you innovation opportunities, because if the challenges are there, you will go for innovation in your product or services and you will find solution. Now, what's the role of this sustainability and what are the benefits in business strategy? So benefits can be enhanced brand image, because there will be a positive public perception due to sustainable practices. You will gain access to the new markets. There will be multiple opportunities in new markets. Then the operational efficiency would be there. You will end up saving cost from reduced waste to the increased energy use, efficient energy use. Then the employee engagement. Uh, there will be high morale and retention rates among employees who value sustainability. And you can also develop eco-friendly and sustainable solutions. How can you do that? It involves not just minimizing negative environmental aspect, but it also includes creating products or services which will have positive effect on the environment and society. So you are not talking about minimizing the adverse impact, but also you are looking at how can we leverage this for a positive impact on society. So this can be done through the sustainable design. So by designing products with keeping environmental impact in mind, using various eco-friendly materials, following efficient processes. Then analyzing the life cycle, assess the overall environmental impact of a product throughout its life cycle. For example, how much carbon emissions or it will generate throughout its life cycle. Then the circular economy principles. These are creating a buzzword in today's environment. A lot of research is happening on the circular economy. In this, you focus on reuse, recycle to create a closed loop system, so that the new creation of product using fresh materials is reduced. You focus on reusing the existing material and recycling them again and again to reduce the emissions to the environment. Now, what are approaches and practices for that? The eco design. In this, you use renewable materials and energy efficient production. This is called eco design. Then the circular economy, implementing recycling and reuse in product design and packaging. Then supply chain. This you choose suppliers with sustainable practices. Now, what are the market trends and consumer preferences towards sustainability? So now, especially in today's era, the last few years, this customer preference has shifted towards sustainability, and it is resulting in influencing market trends across various industries. Can be seen in growing demand for eco-friendly products from the customer side, and customers now willing to pay a premium for those eco-friendly products and sustainable products. So they have transparency and authenticity also. So customers value transparency about how products are made and expect authenticity and sustainability claims. So it's not just that you can make false claims, but they will keep a check on the authenticity of them. Now let's see what are the trends and consumer preference. So we talk about eco-friendly packaging. So there is a preference for minimal and recyclable packaging from the consumer side and sustainable life cycle products. So consumers are having an increase in interest in products that support a sustainable life cycle. Then the corporate social responsibility. Uh, so the companies with strong CSR initiatives and ethical practices, they are mainly focusing on this. Now looking at the summary, you can say that integrating the sustainability in the value proposition is strategic imperative in today's market landscape. Not only aligns with ethical and environmental values, but also opens up new avenues for innovation and differentiation. By embracing these sustainable practices, startups can enhance their brand image, they can cater to evolving market trends, and contribute positively to the global challenge of sustainability. And this will not only benefit the environment, but also create long-term value for the business and its stakeholders. Now let's start with this actual fifth session, the design thinking. So as we discussed in the previous session, what is the design thinking? So it integrates the human aspect to solve complex problems. So it's an iterative process that seeks to understand the user, challenge the existing assumptions, and redefine the problem to identify alternative strategic solutions. So now this is mainly dependent on the deep interest in understanding the people for the products are being designed. So this focus on understanding the behavior of the customers. The core elements of this design thinking include empathy with users, prototyping, and tolerance for failure. This is the historical evolution of design thinking. So in 1960s, emergence of human-centered design, then 1980s, introduction of academic curriculum. So this design thinking began to be taught in universities. In 1991, the formation of IDEOs was very instrumental in popularizing design thinking. Then in 2008, Stanford University started design thinking school. So then this design thinking came into the mainstream education, and in 2010, corporate adoption happened. So global corporations started establishing dedicated design thinking teams and processes. So this historical journey of design thinking highlights its transformation from specialized design tool to a strategic imperative in modern businesses, especially in the startup sector. So this underscores the growing recognition of the value of human-centered design in creating innovative, sustainable, and successful business solutions. So in a summary, we can see that this design thinking offers structured framework for creativity and innovation, which greatly impacts how startups approach problem solving and product development. So its historical evolution from a design-centric methodology to a strategic tool in business emphasizes its adaptability and relevance in the fast-paced, ever-changing landscape of startup. What are the tools and frameworks available for concept development? First is Lean Canvas. So it's an adaptation from the business model Canvas. It focuses mainly on addressing key problems, solutions, key metrics, and competitive advantages. Then the storyboarding, it's a narrative tool which outlines the user's journey from the product or service, structuring and detailing the concepts. Then the prototyping tools, which are software and physical tools to create early models of the product. Then CAD software and 3D printing tools. There are validation boards. These are tools to test and validate various hypotheses about the product and market. Now let's look at the empathy and user-centric approach in startup. So although we studied this in the last session also, but we'll see it in detail. First is understanding the role of empathy in design thinking. So what is the role of empathy? So empathy is nothing but the ability to understand and share another person's feelings. In this case, the end user or the customers. So it is mainly the foundation for a user-centric approach and is very crucial for identifying the needs which are unmet. So this empathy allows entrepreneurs to discover the needs that users may not be consciously aware of. So they themselves do not know those needs, but this empathy helps to discover them. After that, building meaningful solutions. So after really understanding the experience and emotions of the users, startups can work on creating those solutions which are more relevant and impactful to them, right? Which will help in fostering user trust and loyalties. So this empathy helps in building stronger trust-based relationship with users, right? Since you have delved deeper into their emotions, you try to understand their real problem. After that, you came up with a solution. So of course, they will have more trust. Now let's see what are the empathy techniques and their application in startups. So these are the techniques and empathy, this user interviews. So this helps in giving direct insights into user needs and experiences, which will ultimately help in improving product relevance. And there is empathy mapping. In this, you visualize user attitudes and behaviors. This finally helps in enhancing This finally helps in enhancing understanding of user motivations. Then the persona development, this you create representative user profiles. The outcome can be targeted solution development. So what are the techniques for developing a user-centric mindset? This is continuous user engagement. This will do a regular interaction with users through surveys, interviews, and feedback mechanisms. Then the user experience research, you conduct in-depth research and understand the user journey and what are their pain points. Then design thinking workshop. These workshop facilitates this focus on empathy and user-centered problem solving. Then the cross-functional team, which helps in encouraging collaboration between different departments to provide diverse perspective on user needs. And techniques for developing a user-centric mindset are regular user testing, which ensures continuous alignment with user needs. Iterative design process, it helps with rapid adaptation to user feedback. Then inclusive design principles, which promotes solutions that are accessible to the audience. Now let's see what is prototyping and the experimentation in the startup ecosystem. Let's see what are the principles of prototyping in design thinking. Rapid creation. Prototypes should be developed very quickly so that the immediate feedback and interaction can happen. The user centricity. These prototypes should be centered around the user experience, which focuses on how the end user will interact with the product. It's an iterative process. It's not a one-off event, but an iterative process in which make, test, learn, and refine happen. And it's cost effective, especially in the case of startups. So prototypes should be cost effective to ensure resources are not overextended. Now, fidelity to purpose is the level of detail in a prototype should align with its purpose, whether it's to test a concept, a design, or a function. What are the types of prototypes and their applicability? So, low fidelity prototype, high fidelity prototype, and functional. So, low fidelity prototype, these are very simple and hand-drawn basic digital models. These are applicable in the early stages for conceptual feedback. High fidelity models are suitable for advanced stages for user testing, tester demonstrations. Functional models. So these are the models, working model focusing on functionality. These are applicable to test the feasibility of technical features, right? Now let's see how can we balance cost, time, and quality in startup. So this is the major challenge for startups. Balance these three critical aspects of timing, cost, time, and quality. So these often have a trade-off relationship, which makes the management of these three aspects very, very critical. First is cost. So startups usually operate with limited budget, so which makes it important to make the type economically. So here the key is to build enough to test hypotheses without overspending on unnecessary features. Right? And the time, so especially in today's fast-paced environment, rapid prototyping helps in saving time by quick feedback and interaction. But it must be balanced against the need for sufficient development time. Then the quality, that prototype may not be perfect, but they must have some quality to test the hypothesis and provide valuable insights. What are the strategies available? So lean prototyping, we discussed this, so in which you look the minimum necessary uh, prototype test hypothesis. Benefit reduces cost and time by maintaining focus. And the iterative development, which gradually increase the fidelity of prototypes and the balance. It balances time and quality. Then the other strategy is outsourcing, in which you leverage external resources for prototype development. It can reduce cost, time, especially for specialized. So finally, balancing these aspects requires strategic approach, where decisions are made based on the current stage, nature, and the immediate goals. For example, in initial stages, low fidelity, cost-effective prototypes may be enough to validate basic assumptions. But as the startup grows, more resources might be allocated to develop higher fidelity prototypes that require more time and investment, but also offer detailed insights and high quality validations. So, in summary, we can say that prototyping and experimentations are guided by a principle of rapid creation, user centricity, and iterative development. So the challenge for startups is lie in balancing cost, time, and quality efficiently to maximize the benefits of prototyping. But by employing these strategies, which we talked about, such as lean prototyping, iterative development, and selective outsourcing, startups can strike a balance which will lead to more effective product development. So the key lies in understanding that prototyping is not just about building a product, but about learning and refining the product through continuous feedback and adaptation. Right? So this will not only enhances the development process, but also increases the chances of achieving a product that is actually client market needs and their expectations.
Okay, sir. So I think if I can drop now,
Sure.
3 o'clock.
Okay.
So I will start from looking for recording from this slide number
Sure.
26. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for joining, Ashish. Right. Thank you so much. Anyway, let's continue. So now we'll move on to the integration of technology and digital tools and design thinking. How can we integrate them? So let's see how the leveraging technology for next design thinking can work by improving collaboration with different stakeholders. Right? Technology enables better communication and collaboration, which is very crucial in the ideation and development phase of thinking. Then efficient prototyping, digital tools allows for rapid prototyping, enabling faster iterations and refinements. It helps in expanding creativity to advanced software, which provides new avenues for creativity, helping designers and startups to envision solutions. Then the data-driven insights. Technology helps in gathering and analyzing data and ensuring decisions are informed and user-centered. So, what are the technological advancements and their impact on design thinking? Cloud computing, which facilitates collaboration and information sharing. Then AI and machine learning, which enables predictive analytics and personalized user experiences. Then virtual reality allows for immersive prototyping, user testing. Then big data analytics provides insights for data-driven design insights. Let's see what are the digital tools and software for design thinking startups. Idea generation tools are Some software such as MindMeister and Miro for brainstorming and mind mapping. For prototyping tools, there are Sketch, Adobe XD, and InVision for creating interactive prototype. User testing platforms are there, such as Lookback.io for getting user feedback. The project management tools are there, such as Trello software, Asana, and Jira. Well, let's see what's the role of emerging technologies in innovating design processes. So, artificial intelligence can automate certain design tasks. They can provide predictive analytics and offer personalized user experiences. AR and VR can create immersive environment for more effective prototyping and user testing. Blockchain can enhance security and transparency in design process. Internet of Things. These IoT devices can provide real-time data which enhances the understanding of how products are used in everyday life. So this is a snapshot of all these technologies and their application is design thinking. So looking at the summary, we see that the integration of technology and digital tools in design thinking processes offer startups a lot of opportunities to innovate more effectively and efficiently. So from facilitating collaboration to providing insights to data analytics, technology plays a crucial role in enhancing each stage of the design thinking process. As emerging technologies continue to evolve, they promise to further revolutionize the way startups approach problem solving and creative thinking, leading to more innovative, user-centric, and impactful solutions. So the challenge for startups lies in staying ahead of these technological advancements and effectively integrating them into their design thinking practices. Now let's see cross-functional collaboration and what are the team dynamics. What is the importance of cross-functional teams in design thinking? It brings diverse perspective, a variety of viewpoints, which are very important for creative problem solving and innovation. Enhanced problem solving, different backgrounds lead to a broader range of solutions, which contributes to more effective problem solving. Increased flexibility and agility, uh, such teams can be more quick to changing needs and challenges, which is vital to any startup ecosystem. Now, it can have improved user understanding also. Diverse teams are more likely to empathize with a wider range of users, leading to more inclusive user-centric solutions. Are these strategies for effective collaboration in startups? Clear communication, establish open and transparent communication channels to ensure ideas are on the same page, defined roles and responsibilities, regular meetings and check-ins, fostering a culture of respect and inclusion. What are the interdisciplinary challenges? Communication barriers can be there, so which can be in the form of difference in jargon and communication styles, which can lead to misunderstandings. Then conflicting priorities can be there. So members from different departments may have different goals. Then the decision-making difficulties can be there. Because diverse perspective brings diverse experiences. They sometimes can complicate the decision-making process. Then the integration of different work cultures means aligning all the team members from diverse backgrounds and work cultures, integrating them towards a common goal. And how can you overcome the interdisciplinary challenges? By cross-functional training, by providing training which helps team members understand each other's roles and perspectives. Conflict resolution mechanism, which you establish clear processes for managing and resolving conflicts, and consensus building techniques, cultural sensitivity and training, Then looking at the summary, we can say that cross-functional collaboration and effective team dynamics are very important for startups engaging in design thinking. So by harnessing the strengths of diverse team members, employing strategies to enhance collaboration, startups can foster an environment which is conducive to innovation and success. So this may not only leverage the varied skills and insights of team members, but also contribute significantly to developing holistic, user-centric solutions that are vital in today's competitive marketplace. What are the metrics and measurement available for evaluating the impact of for measuring the impact of design thinking? Let's see what are the key performance indicators for design thinking. Time to market. It measures the speed at which a product moves from conception to market launch. Then the user satisfaction, it understands how well the product meets user needs and expectations. Then the innovation rate, it assesses the number of new ideas or features generated and implemented. Then the return on investment, it evaluates the financial return on design thinking activities, right? Finally, the customer retention rate, which indicates the effectiveness of the product in retaining customers over time. What are the other key performance indicators? Let's see. Time to market, user satisfaction, innovation rate, ROI, customer retention. So this time to market is relevant to the efficiency of the design progress, user satisfaction is effectiveness in meeting user needs, innovation rate is relevant to the creativity and ideation effectiveness. ROI means economic efficiency of design activities. Customer retention rate is long-term impact on customer loyalty. Now let's see how can you evaluate design thinking outcomes by product success metrics. So by understanding how well the product is performing in the market in terms of sales, market share and growth, etc. Then the user experience insights, it's a qualitative assessment of how users interact with and feel about their product. Then the process efficiency, in which you evaluate the efficiency of the design thinking process in terms of time, resources used, and team collaboration. Then the innovation impact, in which you measure the impact of the product in terms of innovation, such as market disruption or creation of user behaviors. What are the frameworks available for this? Product success. So criteria is sales, market share, growth. Measurement available through market analysis, sales data, user experience through user service, usability test, process efficiency, project management tools, team feedback, and for innovation impact, market research, behavioral studies are there. What are the challenges and limitations of design thinking startups? The resistance to change is one of the common uh, challenge in any organization. Then the resource constraint, the lack of resources, the limited budget and manpower. Then the lack of expertise or low level of expertise and understanding. And the over emphasis on ideation. Sometimes startups may focus too much on ideation at the expense of execution and practicality. That's true. And finally, the difficulty in measuring impact. So if something cannot be measured, it is of no use. So the abstract nature of this design thinking outcomes can make it challenging to measure its effectiveness. So how can you mitigate risks associated with design thinking? By cultivating an adaptive culture, by encouraging openness to new ideas and processes among new team members, by focused resource allocations, by wisely using resources in critical areas of the design thinking process, then training and development, so investing in training to build internal expertise in design methodologies, then balancing ideation and execution, in which you ensure a practical approach to the Hi Kancha, welcome to the class. Pansha, are you there? Anyway, so finally, by balancing ideation and execution, you can mitigate the risk associated with the design thinking, right? So also by establishing clear metrics such as measurable objectives to evaluate the success, you can mitigate the risk with design thinking. So these are the strategies available for particular risk factor. So if there is a risk of resistance to change, mitigation strategy would be leadership endorsement and team workshops. So you can have an expected outcome in the form of faster adaptation to new methods. If you have resource constraints, then you prioritize resource allocation, and more efficient and use of limited resources can be the outcome. If you have the lack of expertise, you can conduct training programs and hire specialists, and to overcome overemphasis on ideation, you can balance ideation with practical planning. Then if you have difficulty measuring impact, you can define clear KPIs and metrics. What are the different critics of design thinking? So some scholars said that this is oversimplified and oversimplification of complex problems. So it's not be suitable for all types of problems or organization. So the success of design thinking is often relied on the level of expertise of the practitioners and the risk of echo chambers. So without different perspectives, teams may fall into echo chambers, which create solutions that lacks broad appeal and become very narrow. Now let's see what are the future trends and evolving practices in design thinking. Integration of advanced technologies such as AI, ML, and big data analytics to deepen user understanding, automate certain aspect of design process. Sustainability and social responsibility. So people are having greater emphasis on eco-friendly